Chapter 108. Gu Fei's sword went around Remnant Dream's dagger and stabbed him. Then he roared and activated the skill, Double Flame Flash, killing Remnant Dream without any suspense. When Remnant Dream returned to the resurrection point, the calm expression on his face was still there. He didn't seem to have realized what was going on. He was fighting with Gu Fei just now, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the resurrection point a few meters away. That was amazing. Remnant Dream thought to himself and then realized that he had become level 26. That's right, he died twice and dropped 4 levels. The pitiful Remnant Dream had died. In the battle where she had ambushed the Sword Spectre, the final PK point had fallen to him. This PK point caused him to die once and drop 2 levels. Now that he died twice, he was naturally at level 4. A person's expression, from full of confidence and calmness to suddenly being at a loss of what to do, was very interesting. Gu Fei stood outside the resurrection area, admiring it and not moving. Now that Remnant Dream had died, she was definitely going to activate stealth. Gu Fei stood in front of the door. He believed that Remnant Dream would definitely notice him. That way, he would be able to see through his stealth. If Remnant Dream calmly ignored him, then Gu Fei would be at his wit's end. Remnant Dream was indeed very calm. He stood calmly in the resurrection point and didn't come out. Frankly speaking, there was really no need for him to come out. He could just sit here and wait for reinforcements. The loss of 4 levels of death didn't make Remnant Dream lose his cool. Gu Fei helplessly sent a message to the others. I killed him once. He's squatting in the resurrection point and won't come out. Everyone was also helpless. It wasn't easy to trick an experienced guy like Remnant Dream into rushing out of the resurrection point and being killed once. Luck, luck. Everyone could only sigh. Remnant Dream didn't drop anything after dying twice, but Sword Demon dropped Frostbite's memories after dying once. Other than luck, there was really no other reasonable explanation. Gu Fei also regretted that Remnant Dream didn't take out Frostbite's memories to use. If that was the case, he might have been able to seize it with his bare hands. Retrieving Frostbite's memories was obviously an even more difficult task than clearing his name. Gu Fei and Remnant Dream were dead. The two of them glared at each other across the boundary between the safe zone and the non-safe zone. Come out if you have the guts. Gu Fei said. This was a common method used in the game to provoke others. Hunting in the game was much more tiring than in real life. In real life, 1 kill was enough, but in the game, there was no end to the endless revivals. Not many people had the patience to hunt him down every day unless there was a huge grudge between them. Under normal circumstances, everyone would gather their friends and find a place to have a big duel. The most commonly used phrase was to declare war on the other party after everyone was gathered, come out if you have the guts. However, Gu Fei had only stumbled upon it by accident. He did not have any experience in fighting. Remnant Dream naturally wouldn't let Gu Fei off lightly. At this time, he was secretly laughing at Gu Fei for being an idiot. Defending here alone, wasn't that the same as waiting for death? At this time, he was hoping that his brothers would quickly appear and dismember Gu Fei. He had died 4 times, so he had to kill this guy 4 times no matter what. That's right, there were also his accomplices. Each of them had to do it 4 times. That's right, those 2 girls. I'll do it twice each. Remnant Dream was still in the mood to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. It could be seen that modesty was deeply ingrained in female players. Remnant Dream was so focused on the pleasure of revenge that he forgot to ask why Gu Fei wanted to kill him. Of course, Gu Fei and the others were happy to do so. If they didn't let him realize that this matter had something to do with Sword Demon and Frostbite's memories, then the chances of retrieving Frostbite's memories would increase. Otherwise, if the other party came and swapped hands with a dozen people, who knew who Frostbite's memories would switch to? This was the reason why Sword Demon hadn't shown himself. What's the situation now? Han family young master asked. In the middle of a standoff. Gu Fei said. Why aren't you leaving? Their helpers will be here soon. Brother, you said. If they don't have many helpers, then I'll kill them all. If they have many, then I'll enter the safe zone. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei said. Awesome. The few experts were sincerely impressed. Qianli, what's your PK value now? Sword Demon expressed his concern. Of course, he was the most touched. Gu Fei did this all for him. 6. Oh no, 7. Gu Fei cried. Tsk tisk. Everyone sighed. We're also on our way here. We'll hide in the shadows and support you when necessary. Han family young master said. No need. You guys better continue to guard the mailbox. If I hide in the resurrection point, won't he still have to send something to the mailbox? Gu Fei said. That makes sense. The Han family young master then went to make arrangements. Come out, boy, come out. Gu Fei continued to provoke. Remnant Dream pretended that, I don't have you in my eyes. The passing players would stop to watch for a while and ask around. This put a lot of pressure on Remnant Dream. In everyone's eyes, Remnant Dream's death was a coward. It was just one person challenging him, and he was hiding in the safe zone, not daring to come out. He was too useless. Before the players left, they all looked at him with disdain. Remnant Dream's heart was burning with anxiety after being despised. Fortunately, this situation wouldn't last for much longer. His companions informed him that they were about to arrive at the Thieves' Guild. You good for nothing, good for nothing. I despise you. I'm not wasting my time with you anymore. I'm leaving. At this moment, Gu Fei made a few sarcastic remarks and suddenly turned around to leave. Remnant Dream was anxious. This was like reading a YY novel. The main character was in a sorry state and had finally gotten through his growing up. Just as he was waiting for the moment where he could climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains, the novel ended. How depressing was this? Remnant Dream rushed out of the safe zone and shouted, "Don't leave if you have the guts." Just as he stepped out of the safe zone, a flash of light flashed by. Remnant Dream heard the word, flash. His vision flickered and his mind went blank. He was back in the safe zone again. Gu Fei's figure appeared from the side of the Thieves' Guild's door. You called me? I haven't gone far yet. Remnant Dream felt suffocated. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Ah! You dropped something. Gu Fei bent down and picked up an item from the ground. Double-edged fang. Is it yours? Tsk. Gu Fei casually glanced at it, raised his hand and threw it away. On one hand, it was to continue looking down on Remnant Dream and ruin his mood. On the other hand, it was to create an illusion that Gu Fei and the others were not interested in dropping his items. When the surrounding audience heard the words, double-edged fang, they were already booing in envy. Double-edged fang was the dagger with the highest normal attack. In other words, it was the highest end dagger. Even a white-grade dagger could be sold for tens of gold coins. When they saw Gu Fei casually throw it away like it was trash, it attracted even more screams of shock. A few people who were close to it didn't care about their image and pounced on it like wolves and tigers. In the end, it was obtained by one person. When he held it in his hand, he exclaimed again, lacerate. Lacerate meant that when attacking, it would cause a wound on the target. The wound would cause the target's HP to drop continuously. Not only could it increase the efficiency of killing monsters, it was also a very troublesome effect in PvP. At the moment, clerics did not know how to heal such wounds. To heal them, they needed to use hemostatic medicine or bandages. Think about it, in the process of PvP, who would have the time to stop and bandage? But think about how annoying it was to create a wound in the middle of a battle. Gu Fei had once stabbed Shi Xiaotian out with a flying knife, and had also been cut out by Xiao Yu's whirlwind slash. However, there was a certain degree of chance. It was the result of the simulation system's judgment of the character's injury. It was not the same thing as the lacerate attached to the dagger. In short, the highest-end dagger with a very practical lacerate attached to it could easily be sold for 100 gold coins. Now that it had been casually thrown away by Gu Fei, the crowd didn't know what to say anymore. Gu Fei continued to ignore it and smiled at the lucky person who had picked up the double-edged fang. The crowd was excited. For some reason, they already had a good impression of Gu Fei. They began to help Gu Fei mock and ridicule Remnant Dream's death. Remnant Dream felt extremely wronged. It was clearly Gu Fei who had killed him without any reason. Now he had even dropped his weapon. Why did he make it seem like he was the sinner now? Gu Fei also didn't expect that his plan to kill two birds with one stone would have a third effect. Seeing Remnant Dream's twisted expression, Gu Fei sent a message in the mercenary channel. Sword Demon, you should really come over and look at this guy's expression. I guarantee that it's more worth it than killing him 10 levels. What did you do? The crowd asked. I tricked him into coming out and killing him again. Unfortunately, it was his dagger that dropped and not Frostbite's memories. Gu Fei said with a bit of regret. It's easier to drop equipment on your body than in your pocket. Brother, you always liked to provide information he knew to others. I hope he'll take out Frostbite's memories and use it. Gu Fei looked at Remnant Dream expectantly. Unfortunately, Remnant Dream no longer had the courage to fight against Gu Fei. He kept calling for his comrades in the chat channel. We're already here. We're waiting for the others. Someone replied. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get rid of him. Remnant Dream hated Gu Fei to the core. There's only a few of us. There's so many of them. The comrade who came over said. How? It's just him. Remnant Dream said. Are you kidding? A group of people surrounding the Thieves' Guild. The comrade said. They're just here to watch the show. Don't worry about it. Remnant Dream said. Really? The comrade was puzzled. It wasn't strange to watch the show, but it was rare to see someone who would help. The group in front of him was cursing loudly. Most of them were shouting rhythmically, come out. Come out. If you have the guts, come out. Were they here to watch the show? They were clearly here to challenge him. They're really here to watch the show. Remnant Dream was about to cry. Hurry up and get rid of that guy. I'm coming, I'm coming. The comrade thought that since no one knew them, it shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in and see what was going on. He immediately mixed into the crowd and pretended to ask the player next to him, Brother, what's going on? It's so lively. The player pointed at Gu Fei who was standing in the middle of the circle. This brother is amazing. I don't know why he's chasing people, but he didn't even look at the good equipment that they dropped and just threw it to the side. That guy inside. The player pointed at Remnant Dream who was in the safe zone and continued to explain that guy is a bear. Anyone who has a double-edged tooth belt is considered a fierce person, right? Now he's holed up in there and doesn't even dare to let out a fart. TSK, a bear. Although their comrade was looked down upon, the comrade finally relaxed. At least they knew that this group of people was indeed an audience. They just chose to stand on Gu Fei's side because of Remnant Dream's cowardly performance. But everything was about to end. This kid's arrogance should also come to an end. The few of them exchanged glances and suddenly jumped into the circle together. Fuck, they're here. Remnant Dream slapped his thigh and swept away his dejection. He was not afraid that his voice would remind Gu Fei. In his view, there were 7 of his comrade and Gu Fei was alone. There was nothing to be afraid of. Gu Fei heard the voice and turned around. There were 7 people standing behind him, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. The crowd that had been supporting Gu Fei suddenly quieted down. The players were all very practical. They were just helping out for fun. At this time, when they saw that the PK situation had escalated, they knew that they would be dragged into the quarrel if they continued to yell. So they immediately chose to shut up. "They're here," Gu Fei said. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The seven looked at each other and looked around vigilantly. "Is there an ambush?" the seven thought. But there was nothing unusual around them. Gu Fei looked at their attire and pointed at them one by one. "Mage? Archer? Warrior? Rogue? Priest? Knight? You?" Pointing at the last one, Gu Fei was confused. "You're a grandmaster of combat, right?" "I'm a warrior too." The last one was dissatisfied. The other six could recognize their class. Why couldn't they recognize him? What a pity. Gu Fei looked regretful. "If you were a grandmaster of combat, wouldn't you have all 7 classes? Each has their own strengths, just like the Calabash brothers." "How spectacular." The 7 stared at Gu Fei, wondering if there was any deeper meaning behind his strange words. "You go," Gu Fei said to the 7th warrior. "Get another grandmaster of combat. You won't be my match later. Maybe the 7 Calabash brothers can combine into a Calabash King Kong." Fuck. This person was playing dumb and making fun of the 7 of them. The 7 of them were furious. They waved their weapons and surrounded him. Gu Fei sighed. It wasn't hard for him to take care of the 7 of them. However, he was about to earn 7 more PK points. Resistance Ring of Fire, go. Gu Fei raised his sword and commanded. He released the spell that he mastered when he was a level 6 mage. However, this was the most basic and weakest defensive spell that a mage could use. The game design didn't make it look like a menacing attack. However, the higher the proficiency level, the closer the spell's appearance would be to the definition of a ring of fire. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's proficiency level was close to 0. A small fireball circled around Gu Fei's body. It looked lonely, and it made Gu Fei, who was surrounded by the 7 of them, look very pitiful. When the 7 of them saw this scene, they all laughed arrogantly. One of them remembered Gu Fei's mockery of the Calabash brothers and said sarcastically, "Brother, your little ball looks really mighty. We're so scared." "Is that so? Then don't come any closer," Gu Fei said calmly. "Yeah. I don't dare to come closer," the person said as he strode towards Gu Fei. He was a warrior, and the meager damage from the Ring of Fire resistance that he understood was just a trivial matter to a warrior. In the blink of an eye, the warrior had reached the range of Gu Fei's resistance Ring of Fire. With low proficiency and a small range, the warrior and Gu Fei were almost face to face. The fireball moved so slowly that it looked like a will-o'-the-wisp, as if it could fall at any time. The warrior stepped into the range and laughed at the small fireball. "Aya, your little fireball is going to float on me. I'm going to die. Help." As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball floated on him. Gu Fei also quietly pulled out the dark night streamer. The warrior disappeared in a flash of white light. The small fireball was still there, floating weakly around Gu Fei. Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. "You left quietly, just like how you came quietly." Gu Fei waved his sleeves and looked up. Next. The remaining 6 of the 7 brothers looked at each other. They couldn't see how the warrior had died. Killed by the resistance Ring of Fire. As a rational player, no one would believe such a ridiculous fact. They suspected that there was something fishy about Gu Fei, or that there was someone around to stab him in the back. The mage among the 6 waved his staff. "Fireball, shoot!" A fireball shot out. "Good one!" Gu Fei shouted. He swung his sword at the flying fireball. Gu Fei had wanted to try this for a long time. The tracking ability of the fireball spell made it very troublesome to dodge. Gu Fei remembered that Little Rain had once used her axe to break the fireball spell. He felt that this method was a good way to deal with the fireball. With a swing of his sword, the fireball exploded in the air. Gu Fei felt the heat wave from the spreading flames. He glanced at his health and saw that it had dropped a little. It seemed that his sword had turned the fireball into a spell with area of effect damage. But this bit of damage was not a problem. Don't be fooled by that guy. Let's get rid of him together. Remnant Dream was anxious in the safe zone. From his point of view, they were outnumbered and Gu Fei had no choice but to provoke them. The warrior was obviously careless. He went up alone and was taken care of by Gu Fei using some unknown method, causing the remaining people to be suspicious. Now that he had only used a fireball, everyone looked at him in a new light. With the speed of the fireball, would it be difficult to destroy it? These idiots. Remnant Dream cursed in his heart, but he kept urging them. He's just bluffing. He's alone, what are you afraid of? Go! The six clenched their teeth. With a loud shout, they surrounded him. Thinking back to the past, Gu Fei was able to remain undefeated under the layers of encirclement with his sword. Now that he understood the strength of his spells, he had begun to use dual flame flash to complement his kung fu moves. It could be said that the problem of Gu Fei's weak attack power, which he had been complaining about, had now been solved. Although this was not the solution he had hoped for. But no matter what, the truth was, he had become stronger. Gu Fei didn't care about the encirclement of a mere 6 people. Gu Fei only slightly dodged the attacks of the warrior, paladin and rogue. Then, the resistance ring of fire floated to their bodies and dealt damage, causing them to scream. What is this? The warrior roared after half of his health was taken. He was different from the warrior who had just been sacrificed. He had put more points into vitality, so his health was higher. But he was also frightened by the damage. Quick, heal me. The 3 people rushed to the cleric and shouted. The pitiful cleric could only heal 1 target at a time. For a moment, he didn't know what to do and blindly pointed at a random target. Gu Fei didn't care who he was trying to save. With a shout, dual flame flash was once again lit up. After using this spell many times, Gu Fei had already quickly grasped many of the key points of this spell. This spell summoned a flame to ignite the target. When holding a weapon, the flame would appear on the weapon. When using bare hands, the flame would appear between the fingers. What was different from other spells was that dual flame flash wouldn't be like a fireball that would rush towards its target. It was like an ordinary match that was lit. In order to ignite a target, the person holding the match would need to send the flame over. In addition, when the fireball came into contact with a target, the fireball would immediately explode and disappear. The flame of dual flame flash lasted for a short period of time. In other words, during this period of time, any target that came into contact with the flame would be ignited. In other words, as long as it was used properly, dual flame flash could also achieve an area of effect. But for a normal mage, being able to ignite a target in one go was already not bad. But as a full agility mage, because of his faster attack speed, Gu Fei could already control dual flame flash to burn 180 degrees. In the future, if he put in more agility, 360 degrees, or even 720 degrees would be possible. Right now, this dual flame flash was being burned from left to right by Gu Fei. The knight and thief in front of him were already taken care of. The warrior behind him was already very lucky. He had just received the cleric's healing spell and thought that he could survive. But who knew that the small fireball from the resistance ring of fire had already floated in a circle and was about to burn his body. The warrior was shocked and retreated, but he wasn't as fast as Gu Fei. As Gu Fei followed, he held out the sword in his hand and chanted, "Fireball, shoot!" This time, the warrior wasn't able to resist the 3 attacks. A white light flashed and he chased after his companion. Gu Fei turned his sword and pointed at the archer and mage who were trying to find an opening to attack Gu Fei. But most of his attention was left behind. Gu Fei didn't forget that he only had one goal, Remnant Dream. Just as the 6 people surrounded him, he noticed that Remnant Dream had activated stealth and quietly slipped out. At this time, the archer and mage had already realized how powerful Gu Fei was and didn't dare to face him directly. They frantically moved around in the small circle outside the Thieves' Guild, looking for an opportunity to attack Gu Fei. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't the slow-moving mage that they thought he was. In a few steps, the real mage had already been caught up by Gu Fei. His sword fell and the mage only managed to say 2 words before he was dealt with by Gu Fei. The archer saw that Gu Fei was chasing after the mage and thought that this was his chance. He hurriedly pulled out an arrow and prepared to shoot, but he didn't expect that Gu Fei would deal with the mage so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had already turned around and was running towards him. In this small circle outside the door, the archer's long-range attack advantage couldn't be used at all. Instead, he needed to nock an arrow, draw the bow, and aim slowly. Before the arrow could be released, Gu Fei was already in front of him. His hand panicked and the arrow was shot out in a mess. There was a scream from the surrounding crowd. The archer turned and ran, but Gu Fei didn't chase after him. He could already feel a murderous aura coming from behind him. It's coming. Gu Fei focused his mind, and suddenly dashed forward. The figure behind him appeared at the same time and shouted, "Fuck!" Remnant Dream Death was extremely annoyed. Why did he attack at the same time the opponent took this step? He didn't even realize that Gu Fei had deliberately dodged. "I'm coming." At the same time Remnant Dream Death appeared, there was a shout from the crowd, and a fiery red figure flew out. Gu Fei didn't care. Because the moment he turned around, he saw clearly that Remnant Dream Death was holding the sword demon's Frostbite's memories. Even if he was killed and his level dropped, he had to snatch back Frostbite's memories. Gu Fei put the sword back into his pocket and was ready to attack regardless. He didn't expect that the target of this "I'm coming" was not Gu Fei, but Remnant Dream Death. She was already in front of him. "Hey!" With a shout, she grabbed Remnant Dream Death and waved her arm. Gu Fei hurriedly reached out, but it was too late. He could only watch as Remnant Dream Death and Frostbite's memories were thrown out of the crowd. In front of him, Fiercely was looking at Gu Fei proudly. "Thank you for saving you. You idiot." Gu Fei roared at her and chased out of the crowd without looking back. "Fuck. What did you say?" Fiercely was furious and chased after him with his fists. Chapter 109. Remnant Dream didn't fall to his death. He knew that Gu Fei was right behind him, so he didn't dare to return to the safe zone. He got up and ran. "Make way! Make way!" Gu Fei shouted as he squeezed his way through the crowd. The crowd was on Gu Fei's side, but at this moment, the crowd was already out of his control. Although he wanted to make way, 80% of the crowd was still squeezed out by Gu Fei. With Gu Fei's meager strength, squeezing out of the crowd was more strenuous than fighting the 7 Calabash brothers. Behind him, Fiercely was still shouting, "Stop!" Gu Fei was annoyed to death by her. He tried his best not to turn around and stab her. It looked like she was helping him out of kindness, but Gu Fei guessed that she was just showing off. It was hard for him to have a good impression of her. With great difficulty, Remnant Dream rushed out of the crowd. He was already 50 meters away. This was a distance that even Fireball couldn't reach. There was no way for Gu Fei to kill him, so he could only run as fast as he could. Although Remnant Dream was only level 24, as a thief, he had an advantage in agility compared to Gu Fei. At this moment, he was holding Frostbite's memories, which gave him 25 agility. Coupled with the 14% movement speed buff from Shadow Boots, his speed wasn't slow at all. However, the movement speed in the game was accurate. After chasing for a while, Gu Fei discovered that his speed was still slightly faster than Remnant Dream's. The distance between the two was gradually shrinking. Remnant Dream looked back as he ran. Seeing that Gu Fei was getting closer and closer, he became even more flustered. He wanted to ask for help from his companions, but he didn't dare to send a message while running at full speed. It was like reading a book while running. If he didn't fall, he would hit a tree. This time, Remnant Dream didn't want to die no matter what. He was currently level 24. If he lost another level, he would lose stealth. Stealth was undoubtedly a thief's specialty. It was a skill that reflected their strengths. Any thief would spend a lot of time training this skill. Remnant Dream's death was no exception. When she thought about how she would lose all the effort she had put into sneaking around, her heart trembled. Unable to find the time to send a message, Remnant Dream could only use the most primitive method, running while shouting, "Save me! I'm here!" He hoped that his companions, who were nearby, could hear his cry for help, but he was quickly met with disdainful looks from the surrounding players. PvP happened every day, but to be scared by PvP and call for help was a disgrace to the game. The two continued to speed up the speed of life and death. In the blink of an eye, they were already at the intersection of the street. Remnant Dream chose to turn without hesitation. This situation was obviously very disadvantageous to Gu Fei. After turning a corner, he changed his appearance and blended into the crowd. It wasn't easy to find him. Coincidentally, there were many players passing through the streets near the safe zone. Everything seemed to be developing in Remnant Dream's favor. As expected, by the time Gu Fei reached the intersection and turned, the running figure had already disappeared from his sight. Among the players walking back and forth, who knew who Remnant Dream had died to? Gu Fei carefully walked on the street and looked left and right at the players, but he still couldn't find him. Gu Fei helplessly sent a message to his companions in the mercenary group. "Sorry, he probably ran away." "What happened?" "I was careless and let him run out of the safe zone," Gu Fei said. "It's okay. If you recognize him, you'll have a chance in the future. I can't get back Frostbite's memories. Just a little bit more." Gu Fei was extremely depressed. Originally, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to get back Frostbite's memories, but just now, the opportunity was right in front of him, almost within reach. But, hey! Just as he was thinking, someone beside him shouted for Gu Fei. Gu Fei turned around and saw that it was Fiercely who had also chased over. He immediately went forward and grabbed her collar. "Why are you still following me?" "What? Let me go." With Fiercely's temper, she wouldn't be so easily frightened by Gu Fei. The surrounding players began to stop and watch. Gu Fei also thought that the other party was a girl and his actions seemed a bit too bold. Thus, he let go of her hand and angrily said, "Don't follow me anymore." "What?" "I'm helping you," Fiercely said. "Didn't you see that you threw him away?" Gu Fei roared. "If I didn't throw him away, he would have stabbed you. You're just a small mage, so wouldn't you be instantly killed?" Fiercely said confidently. "Do you have cancer in your eyes? Didn't you see that I already dodged?" Gu Fei said. "Don't brag." Fiercely curled her lips. A normal person wouldn't be able to see that Gu Fei had already dodged. Apart from Remnant Dream himself, no one would know that his backstab had already been used up. Bystanders would think that his backstab was still in progress. Fiercely thought that he had appeared just in time. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have been stabbed. There was no way to explain this and Gu Fei was too lazy to explain. He coldly said, "Anyways, just don't follow me. You're being unreasonable." Fiercely yelled. "If I was being unreasonable, I would have already hacked you to death," Gu Fei said. "Alright, come at me." Fiercely took the initiative to attack. He waved his hand and sent a fist smashing over. Gu Fei slightly raised his hand. His palm moved to the side and the power of the fist was sent in another direction. With a hook of his foot, Fiercely unhesitatingly threw himself on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. "Not everyone will give in to you girls," Gu Fei coldly said, "Don't get in my way anymore." With that said, he turned around and walked away. Fiercely was finally scared this time. He flipped over and sat on the ground in a daze. He had casually thrown himself on the ground. This was definitely not a skill or technique in the game. Fiercely, who also had some foundation in Kung Fu, knew better than others what was going on. This guy knew Kung Fu. Moreover, he didn't know how many times stronger he was. He was a person who truly knew Kung Fu. Gu Fei, who had left Fiercely behind, walked the entire street. He still couldn't see Remnant Dream's figure. He could only sigh deeply. Then he sent a message to the guys in the mercenary group, "We can't catch up. Which city gate mailbox are you guys hiding at? I'll go guard one too. There's no one guarding the west gate. You go." Okay. Gu Fei closed the chat channel and looked up to identify the direction. Then he saw a girl waving at him from the side of the street. She had a faint smile on her face. She Xiaotian. I'm in a hurry. I can't talk to you now. Gu Fei waved at her as a greeting. Then he buried his head and prepared to continue on his way. Don't rush. Shi Xiaotian ran over to stop Gu Fei. I'm really in a hurry. Gu Fei said. Shi Xiaotian smiled and pointed at Fiercely, who was still sitting on the ground. That's too much. Gu Fei glanced back and said, I hope you held back. Otherwise, if I twist her head off, what else can you use to describe me? Is it that serious? I'll tell you when I have time. I really have something to do right now. Gu Fei walked around Shi Xiaotian and quickly ran. Shi Xiaotian didn't let him go. She turned around and chased after him. What? Gu Fei asked. You run and I run. Why do you care? Shi Xiaotian said. You run pretty fast. Gu Fei said. There were very few people in the game who put all their points into dexterity. Sometimes, even thieves or archers might not be faster than Gu Fei. I also put all my points into dexterity. Plus, I have the advantage of my profession. Shi Xiaotian said. Oh. What's your profession? Gu Fei asked. He still didn't know Shi Xiaotian's profession. This girl's profession couldn't be determined from her clothing. For example, when they first met, she was wearing a purple robe. Gu Fei already knew that it was a robe worn by priests. At this moment, she was wearing a thief's cloak. Archer. Shi Xiaotian's answer was completely different from her equipment. A full dexterity archer obviously wouldn't be slower than Gu Fei. This was the profession with the greatest advantage in dexterity. Gu Fei nodded and didn't say anything else. Go kill someone. Shi Xiaotian tried to talk to him. I hope so. Gu Fei said. Indeed, he hoped that Remnant Dream would die at Westgate's mailbox. Without another word, Gu Fei ran all the way to Westgate with Shi Xiaotian following him. Gu Fei looked at her strangely, but she pretended not to see it. Seeing that Remnant Dream didn't die at Westgate's mailbox, Gu Fei let out a sigh of relief. He had already rushed here at full speed. If Remnant Dream came here from that place, she probably wouldn't be faster than him. Gu Fei retreated to the side of the street. If Remnant Dream saw him from afar, she naturally wouldn't come over. Gu Fei hid in a corner and looked at the mailbox. Suddenly, he smacked his head. He was so stupid. He kept thinking that if Remnant Dream had Frostbite's memory in his hands, why didn't she just wait for him to mail it? If he wanted to mail it, he obviously had to put Frostbite's memory in his hands. It was enough for him to snatch it. At this moment, Gu Fei was extremely annoyed at the fact that he kicked Remnant Dream out of the mailbox. He didn't think that he would lose a great opportunity to snatch back Frostbite's memory not just once, but twice. This method wasn't going to work so well now. At that time, Remnant Dream could let Gu Fei be by her side, and he was very polite and friendly. Now, when Gu Fei was still 50 meters away from him, he was already shouting for help. It was almost impossible to snatch back Frostbite's memory while he was sending it. Gu Fei was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Why do you suddenly look so regretful? Shi Xiaotian asked him. I'm so stupid, really. Gu Fei said. I agree. Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei looked up to the sky and sighed. In the end, he asked Shi Xiaotian, what do you want to do by following me here? If you want to help me, I have to make some rules with you, so that you don't make the same mistake as fiercely. Who wants to help you? I'm just here to mail something. Shi Xiaotian said coldly and walked towards the mailbox. Gu Fei glanced at her listlessly and didn't pay attention to her anymore. Shi Xiaotian arrived in front of the mailbox and looked back. Gu Fei was focused on a few nearby intersections. Shi Xiaotian smiled and took something out of his pocket. He knocked on the mailbox a few times and said, I'm going to send something. Send it then. Why are you shouting? Gu Fei glanced at her, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In Shi Xiaotian's hand was a dagger that emitted alternating blue and white light. Even if Gu Fei didn't know appraisal, he could tell what it was at a glance. He instantly rushed over and grabbed Shi Xiaotian's wrist. How did you get this? Gu Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. What do you think? Shi Xiaotian smiled like a flower. Gu Fei didn't say anything. When he chased after Remnant Dream and died, Frostbite's memory was in his hands. Naturally, Shi Xiaotian got it when he turned the corner and she greeted him. Actually, your initial guess wasn't wrong. I'm indeed with them, Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei's expression changed. But you have another idea that needs to be added. I'm with them, and I have an ulterior motive, Shi Xiaotian said. You're with them, gain their trust, and then cheat them of top-quality equipment? Gu Fei asked. You could say it's a double cross, Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei smiled. When he saw that Shi Xiaotian's wrist was still in his hand, he quickly let go. Aren't you afraid that I'll mail it? Shi Xiaotian shook Frostbite's memory again. Then you don't have to let me see it, Gu Fei said. I let you see it, but I didn't say I would return it to you, Shi Xiaotian said. Besides, it's not yours, and I didn't cheat it from your friends, Shi Xiaotian said. How is it? You have nothing to say. Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei really had nothing to say. Shi Xiaotian was already a third party who handled Frostbite's memory. Remnant Dream and the others' despicable act of stealing equipment from Sword Demon was not something that Shi Xiaotian had to bear. Although, she probably didn't use any legitimate means. But in other words, if she used legitimate means to buy Frostbite's memory from Remnant Dream, how should she deal with it now? If this was in real life, you could say that Frostbite's memory was stolen property, and any transactions related to it weren't protected by the law. But in the game, at this moment, Gu Fei really had nothing to say. Ha ha ha, so there are times when you have nothing to say, Shi Xiaotian said proudly. He waved his hand and handed over Frostbite's memory. I'll give it back to you. Oh. You're so kind. Gu Fei took it and looked at it carefully, confirming that it wasn't a fake. Because that guy is your friend, Shi Xiaotian said. My face is really big. Gu Fei laughed. At least I don't hate him, Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei laughed. Also, it felt really good when you knocked over fiercely. I don't like that girl either, Shi Xiaotian said. If you said that earlier, I would have twisted her head off. Gu Fei's depression had already been swept away, and his mood was better than ever. In his heart, he didn't hate fiercely as much anymore. He was just playing along with Shi Xiaotian's intentions. Speaking of which, how did you get it? Gu Fei asked. I tricked it into coming back. Shi Xiaotian emphasized the word tricked. I don't think you're interested in the process. Or, can you tell me? Gu Fei asked. It's very simple. I said before that I'm already in this organization. Even though I'm not an important member, I can use certain methods to make people think that I'm an important member. Shi Xiaotian said. Certain methods? Gu Fei repeated. Shi Xiaotian looked at him. Tell me that your thoughts right now are pure. Actually, I don't have any thoughts at all. It's just a question. Gu Fei said. Certain methods, such as a fox assuming the tiger's might. You can think about it yourself. Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei nodded. I probably know. Then, it's your role. Your pursuit has put a lot of pressure on him, but from the beginning to the end, he never understood why you wanted to kill him. Shi Xiaotian said. We deliberately hid it from him. Otherwise, he would definitely transfer Frostbite's memory. Gu Fei said. So, I told him. Shi Xiaotian smiled. Gu Fei suddenly understood. So, he gave Frostbite's memory to you? It's simple, isn't it? It's very simple in theory, but the difficulty is to gain his trust, right? Gu Fei said. When he's in a critical situation, I help him solve a problem. His trust in me will naturally increase. This is human inertia. Shi Xiaotian said. What did you help him solve? You didn't catch him, did you? Shi Xiaotian smiled. You hid him. Gu Fei suddenly understood. I just reminded him that he's a thief and should know how to sneak. Shi Xiaotian said. Gu Fei nodded. On that street, Gu Fei and Fiercely had an argument, which attracted a lot of attention. Especially when Gu Fei cruelly knocked over a beautiful girl, it was even more eye-catching. In this kind of situation, Gu Fei was being watched by too many people. It was simply impossible to pick out the stealthed remnant dream from among them. Now you understand, right? Shi Xiaotian said. What else do you want to say? Thanks. Gu Fei said. No need to thank me. Shi Xiaotian smiled faintly. There will be times when you hate me. Is that so? Yes. Shi Xiaotian nodded. Chapter 110. Alright, everything's fine now, I'm leaving. Shi Xiaotian said. You tricked Frostbite's memories, they'll take revenge on you, right? Why don't you come with me for now? Gu Fei said. You don't have to worry about that, I have my ways. Shi Xiaotian smiled, turned around and left. Gu Fei stood there in a daze for a long time. You'll still hate me. These words kept repeating in his ears. He could vaguely understand the meaning of these words. Although she helped Gu Fei, Shi Xiaotian was still a liar. If Gu Fei felt that the liar's actions were shameless, he would still hate her in the end. Speaking of which, he was really unfair. When Shi Xiaotian tricked Frostbite's memories from Sword Demon's hands, he was filled with righteous indignation. Now that he tricked Frostbite's memories back, he was so excited and excited. Shi Xiaotian's words were very clear. Because Sword Demon was Gu Fei's friend, he returned Frostbite's memories. In other words, if this was another player's exquisite equipment, then he couldn't even think about it. From now on, it belonged to her, Shi Xiaotian. If that was the case, what should he do? Gu Fei was at a loss. Just as he was thinking, a message came in the mercenary channel. How's everyone? Han family young master asked. Very good. Gu Fei replied. What do you mean? Han family young master asked. You can call it a day. Gu Fei said. Ah. Everyone was shocked. See you at Little Ray's bar. Gu Fei dropped this sentence and didn't reply. Such an exciting thing, of course it would be interesting to say it in person, it wouldn't be funny to say it in the channel. Little Ray's bar was closer to the west gate, so Gu Fei was the first to arrive. Hi. Little Ray. Gu Fei, who had gone to Moonlit Night City, felt a sense of familiarity when he saw these familiar faces in Cloud City. Long time no see. Little Ray also greeted him with a smile. Because it was an online game, the rules of the game were different from reality. For example, in this tavern, the same people would come here several times a day and drink several times a day, which was very different from reality. Therefore, If some people didn't come even once a day, it could be said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. How's business recently? It was rare to have a real waiter. There was no such opportunity to tease others in other pubs. Little Ray smiled. Same old. 6 glasses of wine. Gu Fei waved his hand and walked towards their usual private room. There's someone there, Little Ray quickly shouted. What? Gu Fei didn't hear it clearly and asked as he continued walking. The tavern was very noisy. If the two were a little further away, it would be easy to hear each other clearly. Before Little Ray could answer, Gu Fei had already opened the curtain of the private room. What a coincidence. Seeing the people in the private room, Gu Fei helplessly greeted them. It was the girls from Rebirth Amethyst. Fiercely sat in the middle with red eyes, as if he had just cried. July and Luoluo sat on his left and right, trying to comfort him. There was also Ice Glaze, sitting alone on the other side and fiddling with the corner of her clothes. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. As soon as Gu Fei entered, the 4 of them raised their heads. You guys talk, I'll go somewhere else. Gu Fei walked away. Don't go. July stood up. What's the matter? Gu Fei pretended not to know. Sit. July said. Ice Glaze moved a little to make room for Gu Fei. Thank you. Gu Fei smiled. Look at how nice this girl is, then look at fiercely. When he saw Gu Fei suddenly appear, he looked like he was about to cry again. His face was full of grievance, as if he could squeeze out sour water. Although after Frostbite's memory was retrieved, Gu Fei's reproach towards Fiercely had been greatly reduced, it didn't stop Gu Fei from feeling disgusted with this girl. Now that he sat down, although he didn't have a dark expression like when he was facing Fiercely, he didn't have any intention of comforting him. He raised his face and looked around as if nothing had happened. Even Glazed Ice, who was at the side, felt a little awkward. She tugged at the corner of Gu Fei's clothes and gave him a look. This girl is a kind-hearted person. Gu Fei sighed. However, with her character of being a fence-sitter and a peacemaker, she didn't have a clear position. When faced with this kind of situation, being stuck in the middle was always the most painful. In the spirit of saving Ice Glaze, Gu Fei opened his mouth and said, "Do you want something to drink?" After waiting for a long time for Gu Fei to say this sentence, everyone fainted. July calmed down. It seemed that it was impossible to wait for Gu Fei to take the initiative to talk about today's matter. This difficult task could only fall on her as the president. You two, what's going on? We're all on the same side. If there's something, say it clearly. Don't make it so stiff. July's words were very objective. She didn't want to help either side, which represented that she had always been impartial as the president. Luoluo continued, Fiercely is a bit impulsive. However, I'm sure she doesn't have any ill intentions. If she accidentally offended you, Qianli, and delayed your important matters, I'll apologize on her behalf first. Luoluo's words were much more powerful than July's. She lowered her stance and apologized first. At the same time, there was a hint of ridicule in her tone. This was a message to Gu Fei, my apology is not completely sincere. Moreover, shouldn't you also? Gu Fei suddenly felt funny. He suddenly realized that July and Luoluo, this pair, was somewhat similar to the combination of Sword Demon and Han Family Young Master. Sword Demon and Han Family Young Master. In the past games, Sword Demon was the leader and Han Family Young Master was the assistant. But based on Gu Fei's understanding of the two, although Sword Demon was the guild leader, most of the usual decisions and plans were probably made by Han Family Young Master. Han Family Young Master was a person who was relatively unpopular in terms of character. It was fine for a few acquaintances to form a small group like the current mercenary group. If he were to form a big guild, it would probably go bankrupt in a few days. On the other hand, Sword Demon was a person who was loyal, heroic, generous, and not calculative. Obviously, he was suitable to be the core role of uniting a group of people. He had done this role very well in Moonlit Night City. As a leader, sometimes temperament was more important than intelligence. Then he looked at July and Luoluo. Frankly speaking, Gu Fei hadn't sensed an aura from Chiyue that was as obvious as the sword ghouls. Although this girl often acted as if she was the guild leader and handled matters fairly, there were too many traces of her acting being deliberate. It was hard to believe that she was sincere. As for Luoluo, this girl, Gu Fei really felt that she was a powerful character. She handled things properly, didn't show her emotions, and could always hit the point with a few casual words. She was completely the kind of person who could be a guild leader. Qianli, what do you say? Gu Fei did not speak for a long time, and July asked again. Oh, it's fine. I've already forgiven her, Gu Fei answered casually. This time, even Luoluo almost fainted. Her obvious teasing was easily resolved by Gu Fei. However, this method of resolving didn't require any skills. He just had to be thick-skinned and act dumb. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was funny again. Wasn't this fiercely known to be impulsive and hot-tempered? Why didn't he dare to say a word at this time, and let July and Luoluo stand up for him? TSK, paper tiger, paper tiger. If that's the case, Qianli, shouldn't you also apologize? She fell down on the street and made a big somersault. July was also helpless. Okay, she made the mistake first, so she should apologize first, Gu Fei said. Fiercely finally exploded, didn't I already apologize? This self-righteous look was really annoying to see. Gu Fei sighed and sneered, can you take some responsibility? Was it you who apologized just now? That was Luoluo speaking up for you. If Gu Fei's tone wasn't so contemptuous and his words weren't so contemptuous, perhaps Fiercely wouldn't be so persistent. But after all, this was his character. He was a person who wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Ignoring the persuasion of July and Luoluo, he roared, don't stop me. I must ask, what did I do wrong? I ran to help you. Is this also wrong? Gu Fei was relieved. It turned out that Fiercely wasn't a paper tiger. It was only because of July and Luoluo's persuasion that he had been restraining himself. But having said this, Gu Fei didn't retreat and lightly said, what did I do wrong? Do you know, that guy stole my friend's high-quality dagger? I waited for him to get it and get close to me, but in the end, it was thrown away by you. Where can I find it again? Gu Fei's words weren't very imposing. After all, Frostbite's memories had already been taken back, and his heart was empty. These words made Fiercely speechless. She, July, and Luoluo had witnessed Gu Fei take Non-Smiler's dagger with his bare hands. Moreover, they now knew that Gu Fei had a few tricks up his sleeve. The opportunity he spoke of was indeed true. I don't know. Fiercely's arrogance disappeared and he began to defend himself. As long as he wasn't so self-righteous and took it for granted, he was still quite cute. Gu Fei looked at Fiercely's frightened and wronged appearance and thought to himself. Qianli, how is the dagger now? July asked. I don't know. Gu Fei said. He couldn't say that Frostbite's memories had already been taken back. This was something that Shi Xiaotian had tricked back. He didn't know if Shi Xiaotian had any other arrangements over there. If he were to casually expose it, it could very well bring trouble to her. Since that's the case, this dagger, I'll compensate your friend on behalf of Fiercely. July said. Everyone was shocked. At present, as long as the word high quality was hung on the equipment, it would be worth more than 1,000 gold. Gu Fei finally understood why July had the courage to take on the role of a guild leader. Just as he was about to say something, the curtain of the private room was suddenly lifted. It's you. The person and Luoluo said together. Han Family Young Master. Chapter 111. Gu Fei's first thought when he saw the Han family young master was, oh no. Currently, the only people who knew about his other identity were the young master group and Lu Xia. Other than that, the closest people to the truth were the reborn Amethyst girls. A mage, had been to Moonlit Night City, had good skills, and knew the Han family young master. The reborn Amethyst girls knew more and more coincidences. If all of them were put together, it would be enough evidence. Looking back, as expected, July and the others were staring at him strangely. I'm going to be exposed. Gu Fei thought to himself, but then he thought, being exposed doesn't seem to be that scary. The only people I've offended are the non-smilers and the Silvermoon gang in Moonlit Night City. Currently, the public's image of 27,149 is still very healthy. The few big PK incidents were all caused by reason, and he wasn't a malicious PK. Most of the players who chased after 27149 were just curious or admiring him. They didn't have any ill intentions. If the non-smilers came to seek revenge, Gu Fei laughed. That would be great. Wouldn't there be endless fights? Just as he was enjoying himself, the Han family young master messed up Gu Fei's wishful thinking. Hiding his identity was the Han family young master's idea. Wearing a mask was also his idea. He had always been the one who cared the most about his identity being exposed. At this moment, how could he show any flaws? He looked around at the crowd and smiled indifferently. Why are there so many people? Ignoring the girls, he lowered his head and said to Gu Fei, we've helped you get the thing you wanted. The Han family young master pretended to make a deal with Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei was like an employer who had found the young master group. He's too cunning. Gu Fei. Of course, he didn't want to expose the Han family young master who had kindly helped him cover up. He could only continue to talk. Oh. Where is it? I don't have it. It will be sent to you in a while. Han family young master said primly. Thank you so much. Gu Fei acted numbly. Han family young master nodded. You guys talk first. I'll look for you later. After that, he bade farewell to them and left. Luoluo then stood up and lifted the curtain to look outside. She then chased after them and returned after a while. How is it? July seemed a little nervous or excited. Luoluo shook her head. He's still alone. July looked disappointed. Even Fiercely echoed, what a pity. At this moment, the trivial matter between Gu Fei and Fiercely had been tossed beyond the highest heavens by them. What are you doing? Gu Fei asked even though he already knew the answer. Qianli, you hired them to help your friend get back the thing, right? July asked Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. Child elite group. July murmured, do you know who the members are? No. Gu Fei shook his head. 27149, have you heard of this code name? July asked again. Yes, Gu Fei said. He seems to be a pretty powerful sorcerer. Pretty powerful? He's very powerful. He's the most powerful. I don't think anyone can be more powerful than him. Fiercely yelled. That look of worship made Gu Fei very uncomfortable. Sister, that's me too. If I'm exposed one day, how are you going to face me? Gu Fei thought. Besides, I know I'm super powerful. I'm just being humble. Gu Fei thought to himself. Gu Fei was confident in his own strength, but if he were to be complimented by Fiercely. Ugh, although others wouldn't know that Gu Fei was complimenting him, he would still be shocked. This 27149 is a member of Child Elite Group. July said. Oh. Gu Fei responded. He didn't know if his current expression was appropriate. After all, he wasn't an actor. The incident with Don't Laugh in Cloud City was actually caused by me. After that, we asked this Child Elite Group for help. July told Gu Fei about the past. She thought Gu Fei didn't know. In fact, if they were to give awards for this incident, Gu Fei would definitely get the Best Participation Award, Best Actor Award, Most Patient Award, Most Ruthless Award, and many other awards. And looking at the current development, the Lifetime Achievement Award was also Gu Fei's in the bag. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Listening to July, Gu Fei could only nod and agree. I really want to know this strong person, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. July sighed. There will be a chance, there will be a chance. Gu Fei said. July only treated it as a polite remark and didn't take it seriously. She smiled and said, I hope so. At present, if we want to know this person, we can only rely on that Han family young master. But this person is too careful. Just like when he came to talk to you, he came alone and didn't know who his companions were. Luo said. It turned out that she went out to see if anyone was with the Han family young master. Gu Fei sighed. If he guessed correctly, the sword demon and the others must be next door, or at most next door. As for the person they wanted to see the most, he was right in front of them. But from the looks of it, it's not wrong that he's used to this tavern. He came here several times when he made a deal with us, and now he also came here to make a deal with Qianli. Luo said to July. July nodded. This place is also very close to our guild. If you have nothing to do, you can come here often. Right. Luo suddenly patted her head and said excitedly, if he is a regular, little Ray should know him. Maybe he also knows who he is with. Yes. July's eyes lit up. She quickly came over and lifted the curtain to wave at little Ray. Little Ray hurried over. Miss, what do you want? Being modest and cautious was little Ray's usual style. Gu Fei's heart was in his throat. Although he wasn't worried about exposing his identity, wasn't it too embarrassing to be exposed like this? I just came here and went out for a while. He looks very beautiful. Do you recognize him? July couldn't find the right words to describe young Master Han's beautiful face that seemed to have been distorted in time and space. Oh, Han family young master. Little Ray nodded. You know him. July was excited. Are you looking for him for business? I can introduce you to him. Child Elite Group is indeed the most powerful mercenary group in Cloud City. If you have a task, you can find them. In addition, you can also find them for some unusual behavior. Little Ray said. Unusual behavior? For example, whitewashing. Little Ray said in a small voice. For help quests, players could directly go to the Mercenary Hall to issue a request for investment. The system would automatically provide the relevant information. As for things like whitewashing between players, first of all, it wouldn't have a good influence. Second of all, making an open request for investment in the Mercenary Hall was equivalent to telling the target in advance. There was no surprise at all. Third, the system god wouldn't publicly support this type of thing, so the system couldn't comment on this type of thing. There was a limit to the trust between people in the game. The most common method of mercenary group quests was for players to issue quests in the mercenary guild and pay the system guild first. At this time, after the mercenary group received it, everyone went to do the quest together. When the player completed the quest, the mercenary group could receive the player's payment from the mercenary guild. Whether the quest was completed or not, the system could read your quest list. As for things like whitewashing and hunting, the system couldn't determine it. Dying from monsters in the leveling area, dying from PK, there were so many ways to die that the system didn't know how to calculate. That was why it was called unusual behavior. These kinds of behavior quests were usually done by players in private and didn't involve the system's assistance. July and the others had never heard of this term. As for this behavior, it was like this when they bought the young master group to deal with Non-Smiler. We don't have any quests right now. We just want to ask if you know the situation of his mercenary group. July said expectantly. Or rather, who does he often meet here? Gu Fei wasn't idle at this time. He was frantically trying to add Little Ray as a friend in an attempt to private message him, but the other's friend switch wasn't turned on. At this time, July's question had hit the nail on the head. He could only resign himself to fate. I don't know. Little Ray actually shook his head. You don't know? July was speechless. Gu Fei was also abnormally surprised. This time, his expression was definitely not fake. I haven't seen any familiar faces around him. Little Ray said. Oh. July's face was full of disappointment. Then I'll have to trouble you. Do you guys want to drink anything? Little Ray's businessman face came. They were sitting in a private room of Little Ray's bar, but they hadn't ordered any drinks yet. Now that he was asking all sorts of questions, it was rather inexcusable. Okay. July ordered the drinks and handed over the money. Wait a moment. Little Ray stepped back and opened the curtain. When he turned back, he saw that Gu Fei was still looking at him. The corner of his mouth rose and he winked. Han family young master had already informed him. Gu Fei sighed. This guy's thinking was really far-sighted. Lua Lua wanted to compare with him, but in the end, she was still a step slower. Not long after, Little Ray's drinks were served, and everyone had a glass. At this time, everyone was thinking about Child Elite Group and 27149. Their original intention of sitting together had already been forgotten. This was the spirit of a gorgeous story. It was said that when women chatted together, they would be so imaginative. The atmosphere was cold. July picked up her glass and took a sip. The yearning and melancholy she had when talking about 27,149 had already disappeared. Gu Fei looked at her and knew that she was going to bring up the past again. He hurriedly raised his glass as well. You guys heard it too. The dagger has been retrieved, so everything is fine now. Everyone doesn't need to apologize. We're still good brothers. Fiercely, does it hurt? Ah. It doesn't hurt. Fiercely said. And, that's good. Come, come, come. Everyone, cheers. Gu Fei shouted. The girls were stunned for a moment, then raised their glasses and clinked them against the center of the table. Gu Fei was the first to drink. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Gu Fei put down his glass and stood up. The girls didn't say anything else and waved their hands. Gu Fei saw that Ice Glaze, who hadn't spoken a word, took a sip and was about to put it down shyly. He smiled and said, Classmate Xiao Bing, cheers. After saying that, he rolled up the curtain and left. Chapter 112. After leaving the private room, Gu Fei turned a corner and went through the private rooms to look for them one by one. As expected, he saw the 5 members of the elite group in the next room. I knew you guys would be here. Gu Fei said. Be honest. What's the relationship between you and those women? Last time, I felt that you were very protective of them. Han family young master said. Ha. I just know them. Gu Fei said. Everyone continued to stare at him expressionlessly. It's true. Ha. Gu Fei said. Leniency for those who are honest, severity for those who resist. Everyone said in unison. Shoo. Be quiet, they haven't left yet. Do you know, they've been trying to find out the identity of our mercenary group members. They said they admire us. Gu Fei said. These gossipy women. Han family young master sighed. Yutian, where are you going? Gu Fei saw Yutian Shinming sneakily stand up. Nothing, just walking around. Yutian Shinming said as he wanted to walk out. Catch him. Han family young master yelled. Unscathed in battle stood up and reached out to pull Yutian Shinming back to his seat. Comrades, it's a guild of beautiful women. It's rare for them to admire us so much. Shouldn't we give them a chance? Yutian Shinming said in pain. Everyone snorted. Kid. Gu Fei habitually looked down on him. That's right. Yu Tian, you're too immature. Unscathed in battle lectured Yu Tian Shinming. See, this is a mature man. Gu Fei looked at Unscathed in battle with admiration. Unscathed in battle turned around. Qianli, I don't care who these women are or what your relationship is with them. I just want to ask. Ask what? Gu Fei said. When are you going to introduce us? Gu Fei was speechless. Among the 6 members of Gongzi mercenary group, the one Gu Fei was least familiar with was Unscathed in battle. Unscathed in battle was a man of few words. He came quietly, sat down, left quietly, and left. In terms of age, Unscathed in battle seemed to be on a different level from everyone else. Gu Fei guessed that he would not have much in common with the others outside of the game, so he was very quiet. However, Gu Fei had always used Yu Tian Shinming as a reference and regarded Unscathed in battle as a role model of maturity. This was not wrong. From this, one could see the difference between the two of them. Yu Tian Shinming wanted to take advantage of her admiration for him. It was obvious that he had the mentality of a child who was eager for quick success. On the other hand, Unscathed in battle wanted to get to know her through Gu Fei. This was a fucking traditional way of thinking for a blind date. However, no matter what, the two of them basically had the same goal, which was to pick up girls. What's the point of doing this? Wu Shang, while she's curious about us, let's quickly go over and say that we're from Child Elite Group. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Yu Tian Shinming quickly suggested. It looked like he wanted to team up with Unscathed in battle to complete the task of picking up girls. You two are going together. Gu Fei laughed, but he swallowed the words he wanted to say. In the end, Han family young master mercilessly said what Gu Fei was thinking, where are you two standing? The old one is older and the young one is younger. Aren't you afraid that she'll treat you as father and son? Picking up girls father and son team. That's an awesome title. I think you guys can give it a try. Brother Yu also laughed. Unscathed in battle and Yu Tian Shinming looked at each other. Fucking stupid uncle, stay away from me. Yu Tian Shinming said. Fucking stupid Zheng Tai, you're the one staying away from me. Unscathed in battle said. Alright, you two don't need to waste your time. These women are only interested in the mages in our group. Han family young master said. Qianli. You want to hog it all to yourself. Unscathed in battle and Yu Tian Shinming glared at Gu Fei together. Wu Shang. Gu Fei said with pain, your image in my heart is completely ruined today. Image is precious, but love is even more valuable. Unscathed in battle recited a poem. Fuck, I should have chosen to be a mage. Yu Tian Shinming was filled with regret and hatred. This isn't a problem with your profession, it's a problem with your temperament. Gu Fei patted him. Brother, you couldn't take it anymore, oh my god. Is modesty a virtue or not? The mercenary group started a verbal duel. They mocked, attacked, slandered, and looked down on each other, until Sword Demon asked, Qianli, why did you call us here? His voice wasn't loud, and the content was extremely plain, but it was powerful and resonating. When everyone heard this, they immediately quieted down and felt a wave of shame. Especially Gu Fei, who had just floated over from the circle of the reincarnated amethyst girl. Wasn't it a woman's specialty to go astray? How could a group of men like us do this? Everyone was reflecting on themselves. In the end, Gu Fei took out Frostbite's memories and handed it to Sword Demon. He really got it back. Everyone was surprised. Gu Fei smiled. A miracle. Sword Demon exclaimed. Is that necessary? Everyone looked askance at him. If this was a miracle, then what did it mean for Sword Demon to explode after being killed once? Frostbite's memories, I've lost it 3 times so far, and I got it back all 3 times. If this isn't a miracle, then what is? Sword Demon sighed. Everyone was surprised. The probability of this happening was so low that it could indeed be called a miracle. All 3 times thanks to Qianli, Sword Demon said. Gu Fei was stunned. In his memory, there were only 2 times that were related to him. On second thought, it suddenly dawned on him. It turned out that Sword Demon had counted the PK with him. At that time, Sword Demon's Frostbite's memories was indeed taken away by Gu Fei. The others didn't have anything to say about this. As the people who understood Gu Fei's strength the most, they were already numb to Gu Fei's strength. Especially after Yutian Shinming introduced Gu Fei's Moonlight Spirit Robe and Dark Night Flowing Light Sword to them, everyone could only gasp in admiration. Gu Fei was strong for a reason, but he was strong to the point of being innocent. For them, who had always been at the top of the online gaming world, having a character like this clearly pressuring them made them quite unhappy. But fortunately, this person was everyone's friend and wasn't an annoying person, which made it easy for everyone to accept. Now that we're done with business, can we continue talking about those beauties? Yutian Shinming asked. What beauties? Where did they come from? That guild has 20 girls, and there are only a few that look good, Gu Fei said. 20. You know all of them? Yutian Shinming was shocked. All right. I'll be honest, I am also a member of Reincarnated Amethyst. Gu Fei said. What? This was the most shocking news of the day. Even when the Sword Demon was killed, the reaction wasn't this strong. Doesn't that guild only accept women? Yutian Shinming said. It's a misunderstanding, Gu Fei said regretfully. I accidentally responded to their guild and ended up joining. The guild has always had the lowest number of people, so they wouldn't let me leave. Fuck. Why didn't this kind of misunderstanding happen to me? Leave. Why do you want to leave? Yutian Shinming said. Because it seems like they don't welcome me, Gu Fei said. Yeah, it's probably because of their temperament. If it was me, the situation would definitely be different. Yutian Shinming imagined the feeling of being held in the palms of the girls. Everyone looked at him with disdain. But recently their number has exceeded 21, so I'm thinking of leaving. Gu Fei said. He had originally given up on this idea, but after what happened with Fiercely today, Gu Fei felt that it was better not to continue staying. It seemed like he didn't get along well with the girls. The main reason was that Gu Fei didn't have much of a gentleman's culture of ladies first. This was related to his background. He came from a martial arts family, and the atmosphere was more conservative. It was obvious that men were superior to women. Fortunately, Gu Fei was of the new generation, so he was more receptive to new ideas. But in the end, the environment he grew up in was still the same. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, the new ideas and the old culture neutralized each other, forming Gu Fei's own attitude. It was absolute equality between men and women. Gu Fei treated girls and men equally. If he attacked girls, it seemed like Gu Fei would have some misgivings, or he would go easy on them. But that wasn't because the other party was a girl, but because the girl's body was a bit weaker. If Gu Fei met a weak man, he would also have the same considerations. Why should I leave? It was obvious that Gu Fei's way of thinking was completely unreasonable to people like Yutian Shinming. Kid, you don't understand. Gu Fei said. Fuck. Yutian Shinming was furious. If it isn't too troublesome, you shouldn't leave. Han family young master suddenly said. Why? Gu Fei asked. We're in the mercenary business, so we need many sources of information. I'm more supportive of everyone infiltrating the big guilds. Just like last time, Yutian Shinming in Unhindered Foresees provided us with a lot of information and convenience. I believe that everyone hasn't forgotten, right? Han family young master said. Everyone nodded. With our strength, it shouldn't be hard to infiltrate any of the guilds. It's just that this type of pure female guild is a bit troublesome. Qianli, since you have the qualifications to stay in there, then stay. Han family young master said. It's just a small guild of 20 people. Gu Fei said. Don't look down on it. This type of pure female guild naturally has its own specialties. Han family young master said. The in-game experts nodded their heads in agreement with young master Han as if they were experienced people. If that's the case, then we'll stay for now. Gu Fei said. Yutian Xinming nodded his head. What you need to do right now is to quickly find out information about the 20 girls inside. For example, their height, 3 measurements, etc. Then bring it up as soon as possible. Gu Fei's face turned cold. Is this the reason why I'm in this guild? Han family young master said helplessly, sometimes yes, but at least it's the holographic era now. Gathering information isn't that hard. If it's an experienced wolf, just looking at them would be enough to get the job done. Scram! Gu Fei clearly didn't want to do these things. Alright, if there's nothing else, then go do your own things. Han family young master said. Come, Qianli, I want to have a good talk with you. Unscathed in battle dragged Gu Fei out. Wait for me. Yutian Xinming immediately chased after him. Sword Demon put away his dagger and stood up. What are you going to do? Han family young master asked. Level up, kill those scum. Sword Demon said. Level up first, we'll discuss the rest later. Han family young master said. Sword Demon nodded his head and left. What about you? Han family young master looked at Brother Yu. I recently received some news from the forum moderator. Parallel World is about to officially start operations. Brother Yu said. Oh. Han family young master's expression changed. Chapter 113. The forum, especially the official forum, was usually used as a communication link between the game company and the players. The game company could collect suggestions and information from the players from the forum, and they could also release some insider information to the players so that they could observe the players' reactions earlier. As for the moderators who managed the official forum, some were members of the game company, and some were hired professionals with rich management experience from the outside world. But no matter what, they were one step ahead of the players when it came to obtaining insider information about the game. Brother Yu spent a lot of time on the major game forums, and he was friends with many of the moderators. This time, the official forum of the Parallel World was no exception. A close friend recently told Brother Yu that the game was running well, and it was very likely that it would be officially launched into the market soon. Oh. What's the big move? Han family young master asked. Usually, when a game company was in the transition from open beta to official operation, there would be a relatively big move to attract the attention of the players and attract more customers. Brother Yu smiled. With the Parallel World's current monopoly, is there a need to play such tricks? That's true. Han family young master nodded. The official operation is just the beginning, and there are no restrictions on the number of accounts. The biggest change is that there will be more people entering the game, Brother Yu said. Other than that, my friend didn't say anything else. It's good to have more people, as long as there's no lag. Han family young master mumbled. This was the mindset that formed after playing traditional online games. They hoped that there would be more people in the game zone, and it would be livelier, but they were also worried that too many people would slow down the speed. It wasn't easy for the players either, and they had to work hard to survive with such a contradictory mindset. On the other hand, Gu Fei was dragged to a private room by Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Xinming, and they found a corner to sit down. Intel, the two said. What intel? Gu Fei was helpless. The name of a beauty, and her personality, the two said. Even now, I still haven't managed to match all of their names, let alone their personalities. As Gu Fei spoke, he couldn't help but think of fiercely. She was a person with a more distinct personality. He didn't know what the two in front of him would think of a girl with such a personality. You're too useless. You've been in this guild for a long time, haven't you? You don't even have this much information. Yutian Shinming said. Qianli, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you really don't have enough awareness. Look at Yutian. At such a young age, his awareness is quite high. Unscathed in battle said. Gu Fei's last bit of hope towards unscathed in battle had been completely extinguished. He shrugged helplessly. Forget it, just tell us the names of the beauties you know. The two said. Getting the name was easy. They just had to read the guild list to the two of them. However, in the game, a name wasn't just a name. It was also a phone number. If they knew the name, they could add them as friends and then endlessly harass them with messages. Thinking of the consequences, Gu Fei didn't dare casually tell the names to the two. Even if it was Fiercely, who he didn't like, he still couldn't. What's up? Say it. Yutian Shinming had bought a bunch of notebooks and pens today. He took out a brand new notebook and wrote Beauty Database on the cover page. He then flipped to the first page and set up a writing stand. However, Gu Fei didn't say anything, so he raised his head and asked. What's up, Qianli? Don't tell me you're not willing to help me with such a small favor. Unscathed in battle's face turned cold. It was clear that in his and Yutian Shinming's hearts, the resources of beauties should be shared and shouldn't be hidden. Sigh, I'll help you guys ask. Gu Fei was helpless. He didn't want to privately reveal other people's information, but it wouldn't make sense if he didn't help Yutian Shinming and unscathed in battle. He could only first ask for the girls' permission. The girls weren't idle. As soon as Gu Fei left, the discussion continued. Fiercely, wasn't that the cleric at the north gate? Ice Glaze asked fiercely. Yeah. Fiercely nodded, I saw him a long time ago. He was so arrogant, even bringing a thief with him in stealth. Crazy. Sister Luoluo, maybe that thief was peeping outside when you chased after him. It's possible. Luoluo nodded and then asked, what did you guys see him doing at the north gate? Helping Qianli. With a few people. Fiercely said. You mean, the Han family young master and his companions? Luoluo's eyes widened. No. I asked one of them, he said he was Qianli's friend. Is it Xiao Bing? Fiercely turned around and asked Ice Glaze. Ice Glaze nodded, the archer said so. The archer? Yutian Shinming? Luoluo asked. That's him. Fiercely and Ice Glaze said in unison, Luoluo, how did you know? I saw this guy at the City Gate Tavern. He knew Qianli and left with Qianli. Luoluo said. Yutian Shinming. Isn't he supposed to be a mage? July was confused, same name. Sister July, do you know this person? Fiercely and Ice Glaze asked. There's a famous mage in the game called Yutian Shinming. July said, he's a top expert. Could that close combat mage be Yutian Shinming? Fiercely was excited. July and Luoluo looked at each other and said in unison, no. Why? Isn't he an expert mage? Fiercely was confused. Xiao Bing, have you seen this name on the mage experience leaderboards? Luoluo asked Ice Glaze. I don't think so. Ice Glaze replied. That's not strange. Wasn't his name taken by that lousy archer? Of course he had to change his ID. Fiercely said. That's impossible. July said. Why? Fiercely didn't understand. July and Luoluo looked at each other and finally said, because it's said that this guy is very perverted. Whenever he sees a female player, he would go up and try to seduce them. His most famous sentence is, Sister, do you want me to help you level up? Do you think that close combat mage is that kind of person? Fiercely shook his head. That archer called Yutian Shinming, did you guys call him sister? July asked Luoluo and the others. No. The three replied. But, he's a bit. Ice Glaze said, he came over and introduced himself, and then kept talking to me and Fiercely. Luoluo nodded, Now that we're in a virtual environment, he can't chase after people and call them sister. That's not cute at all. So, this Yutian Shinming is indeed that person, but this time he changed his profession. July said. That should be it. Luo nodded. Since they're all Qianli's friends, why did Qianli say that he hired them? July said. Fighting. He called his friends, but there weren't enough people, so he had to hire some helpers. That makes sense. Luo was looking for possible explanations, but she was also suspicious. Do those people know each other? She continued to ask fiercely. Fiercely scratched his head. I think I do. Ice Glaze said, I remember when a warrior came over, he called out Yutian Shinming's name. They should know each other, right? How many people? Luo asked. 4. The archer is Yutian Shinming, the priest, a warrior and a knight. Ice Glaze said. Including the close combat mage and the thief, there's exactly 6 people. Luo said, the child elite group also has 6 people. You're saying that they're from the child elite group? July said. Luo nodded. Then Qianli knows the people from the elite group. Why did he say that he doesn't know them? If they're friends, then Qianli should be helping them hide it. Or, Qianli is one of their members, and Qianli is a close combat mage. Luo said. No way. Fiercely cried, but he won't talk to me anymore. Don't worry, it's just a guess. We still need to confirm it. Luo comforted Fiercely. Fiercely had always looked up to close combat mages as his idol. If we want to confirm this, it looks like we'll have to rely on that Yutian Shinming. July said. That guy, if we show up, it shouldn't be too troublesome, right? Luo said. Who's willing to get close to this perverted guy? July asked. The girls shuddered. As far as I know, he's nothing. Luo said. Then you go. The other 3 said in unison. That's right, that new girl under the willow seems to know him. Luo hurriedly suggested. No, the fewer people who know about this, the better. He's deliberately hiding his identity, we shouldn't be asking around like this. Let's not expand the scope. July said. Then it looks like we can only draw lots. Luo looked around. July also looked around, and finally sighed, let's draw lots. Even if Xiao Bing draws, I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything out of her. Ice Glaze blushed. Just as she was about to make a paper, July suddenly said in surprise, wait. What is it? I have 2 friends who know that I'm also a member of the Reborn Amethyst. They want me to introduce you to them. July read, it's a message from Qianli. There's no need to ask, one of his friends is definitely Yutian Shinming. Luo was overjoyed. This is called walking into a trap. July laughed. Call them over, this time we must get to the bottom of it. Luo said. What if Qianli is really a close combat mage, then what should I do? Fiercely cried again. You really don't have a chance. Luo patted her head and smiled. Chapter 114. When Gu Fei received July's reply, sure, come over, he was instantly at a loss. Thinking about the girl's attitudes when he first joined Amethyst, as well as Luolua's annotations, Gu Fei thought that July would definitely reject him without hesitation. He didn't expect that not only did she not reject him, she even agreed so readily. Could it be that she misunderstood and thought that he was going to introduce another girl to the group? Gu Fei came to a sudden realization and quickly added another message, it's a guy. Unexpectedly, July replied even faster this time, okay, we're still at Little Ray's bar. She must have drunk too much. Gu Fei. But at the same time, Gu Fei felt that he could already walk away without any responsibility. Since the other party didn't have any objections, he was just the one who introduced them. What else could he say? He then stood up and looked at Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming, who had a look of anticipation on their faces. Let's go. Where to? The two asked. I'll bring you to meet them. Gu Fei said. Ah! The two exclaimed. The two were just asking for names. They didn't expect that they would be able to have intimate contact for the first time so soon. Qianli is really efficient. I admire you, Unscathed in Battle said. Thank you. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and brought the two to the private room. It turns out that meeting each other is only a few steps away. Yutian Shinming pretended to be profound and couldn't help but sigh. Gu Fei resisted the urge to give him a roundhouse kick. He lifted the curtain and led the two into the private room. Both parties were introduced one by one, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Gu Fei observed the four girls. His eyes were clear and didn't seem drunk at all. He was a little confused. Yutian Shinming had already started talking. He pointed at Luo and said, You and I have already met. Then he said to Fiercely and Ice Glaze, Didn't we just meet? The three girls smiled and nodded. When Zhang Wushang saw that Imperial God Ming had taken the initiative and 3 of the 4 women had been taken down, he coughed loudly. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The two, met, from Yutian Shinming made Gu Fei realize that something was wrong. It was mainly because of the battle at the North Gate mailbox. Fiercely and Ice Glaze had seen Han family young master and the other 3 beat Remnant Dream to death. He hurriedly wanted to send a message to the 2 of them to remind them, but he didn't expect Chiyue to go straight to the point and throw out a question. Are you all from Young Master's elite squad? As expected. Gu Fei exclaimed in his heart. This was the reason why these girls agreed so quickly. He didn't have time to remind them because Yutian Shinming quickly replied, I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. Damn! Wasn't that the same as admitting it? Gu Fei was depressed. July promised solemnly, Don't worry, you've helped us a lot. We only want to know out of curiosity. We won't tell anyone else. Yutian Shinming nodded solemnly. We are. In that instant, the 4 girls looked at Gu Fei in a different way. July's gaze told Gu Fei, How about it? You can't deny it now, right? After being exposed, she looked at Gu Fei's previous actions and realized that he was trying to cover it up. Gu Fei naturally felt very uncomfortable. He was about to say something to keep the situation under control, but Yutian Shinming quickly added, We are, but Qianli isn't. Huh? The girls were shocked. Yutian Shinming had a look of disdain. He wants to join our child elite group, but he hasn't passed the test yet. You should know how strong the mage in our elite group is. Qianli is too weak compared to him. Then who is this mage? July asked carefully. Yutian Shinming shook his head. You can tell the others, but not this mage. He has a lot of enemies, and I'm afraid it will bring him trouble. I'm sorry. Yutian Shinming's eyes were filled with determination. Gu Fei didn't expect Yutian Shinming to hold back at such a crucial moment. He was extremely surprised. The 4 girls immediately looked disappointed. As expected, they were more interested in the close combat mage than the others. Then who else is there? Luo asked. Sword Demon, brother Yu. As for Han family young master, you might not have heard of this name. Then what about Drunkard? Yutian Shinming said. Ah! July and Luo gasped. So this is the child elite group. It really does live up to its name. July sighed. Sister July. Ice Glaze clearly wasn't an online gaming veteran and was a bit confused. The 5 names in their elite group are all famous figures in the online gaming world. It's hard to imagine that these people would gather together. Calling them elites is too humble. They should be considered 1 in 10,000 experts in the online gaming world. July said. You flatter me. Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle were so happy they couldn't close their mouths. In reality, ever since they joined the child elite group, they were surrounded by experts of the same level. They rarely heard this kind of compliment. What was even worse was that the sixth member of the elite group, Gu Fei, was an unknown character, but he was even more powerful than the five of them. He suppressed them to the point where they forgot about their previous identities. Experts sometimes needed applause and praise. At the very least, it helped them build up their confidence. Okay, you guys have a good chat with these two elites. I'll be leaving first. Gu Fei said. Go. Train well and try to join our group. Yutian Xinming said. Unscathed in battle nodded his head. Level doesn't mean everything, especially in a parallel world where leveling up is hard. We can only rely on luck for equipment. As for technique, we'll have to rely on our own hard work. That's right. The girls cheered. You two animals. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He left the room and turned around to enter the room next door. Han family, young master and brother, you were still there. How was it? How many beauties did you introduce to them? The two laughed. 4. Gu Fei said. Han family, young master shook his head and sighed. Our identities are about to be exposed. It's already been exposed. Gu Fei said. Your identity was hidden, right? Han family, young master said. How did you know? Gu Fei was shocked. Han family, young master laughed. Those two guys went to pick up girls. How would they be willing to have their limelight stolen? If they said you were one of the members, then they would all know that you're 27149. I've already said that the only person those girls are interested in is you. So don't worry, those two guys won't say anything about you even if they beat them to death. Even if you rush over and shout that you're 27149, they'll think of a way to make people not believe you. Fuck. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He hated himself for not having such a wretched way of thinking. He actually didn't think of Yutian Xinming's true intentions. He even thought that Yutian Xinming was trying his best to protect him. So it was because of this reason. Suppressing the people around you to increase your value is a common method to pick up girls in online games. Now that you've left, those two will most likely start teasing each other. Just wait and see. Brother, you said. Gu Fei clicked his tongue in amazement. Just as brother you predicted, from that day onwards, Yutian Xinming and Unscathed in battle began to bicker with each other. Every time they met, the flames of war would spread to the mercenary channel. As for the private chat between the two, there were countless of them. Everyone else leveled up every day until they were tired. They would open up the blocked mercenary channel to look at the two's bickering. It had become a form of entertainment. Gu Fei was dismissive. Brother, you told him seriously, you can't look at it that way. These two are experts. Their bickering isn't all about saliva. Take yesterday's scene of them looking down on each other for example. It could be said to be a simulation of a mage versus a warrior on paper. It included quite a lot of techniques used by mages and warriors. Unscathed in battle said that they used the internet to delay their attacks. This was the first time even I've heard of it. Apart from that, the two began to loiter around the street where Amethyst's guild was located. This place was relatively close to Little Ray's bar. The other four who set out after resting at Little Ray's bar had seen the two bickering and wandering around the street countless times. After asking, they found out that the two were trying to create a chance encounter. The two refused to be outdone. Every day, they spent a lot of time on these boring things. Their experience points were dropping down the leaderboards. Unscathed in battle was no longer number 1 on the warrior leaderboards. Yutian Xinming was even left behind in the archer leaderboards. Femme fatale. Femme fatale. The other four couldn't help but sigh. Gu Fei had been very bored these days. He had been hoping for someone to pick a fight with him. However, the days were so peaceful that it made one's hair stand on end. He thought that the 12 PK points he had accumulated would be good material. Who knew that no one would come knocking on his door? Since the start of the game, the players had a good understanding of the various quests in the game. The use of wanted quests was basically to wash away one's PK points. Relying on these quests to earn money and level up was the most worthless quest in the eyes of normal people. The risk was high, and the reward was not much. It was not worth it. As for washing away PK points, most people only needed 1 or 2 points. There was no need to look for Gu Fei, who had 12 PK points. 2 hours and 1 point. His 12 PK points had been washed away just like that. This made Gu Fei feel extremely regretful. Apart from that, Remnant Dream and her gang had not come knocking on his door. Gu Fei remembered that they were clearly interested in his Night Stream sword. However, they still hadn't made a move. It was really puzzling. For Gu Fei, who was addicted to PK, it was unbearable to spend his days in peace. Every day, he would look forward to a chance to roar at injustice. However, the atmosphere in Cloud City was really harmonious. Gu Fei gradually had the idea of going to Moonlit Night City again. At the same time, just as Brother Yu had said, the official operation of the game was about to start fiercely. Chapter 115. On the first day of the Parallel World's official operation, Gu Fei was shocked by the crowd around him when he logged on. That day, when he logged in, it was nighttime in the game. The entire Mage Academy was filled with floating fireballs, illuminating the entire academy in a strange and blurry light. Coupled with the fact that countless players of all ages and genders were shouting, "Shoot, shoot, shoot," the atmosphere in the Mage Academy was very ambiguous. It was said that quite a number of mages were so frightened that they behaved abnormally that day. Gu Fei suspected that the fireballs were the most serious of them all, because they didn't come online for 4 days after that day. When he logged on, Gu Fei talked to him, but his words didn't make sense. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the shock. There were too many people. This was the first impression that came with the official operation. The explosive increase in the number of players also brought about a great change in the game. First Trade Street, Second Trade Street, Third Trade Street kept popping up, and the plaza in the center of Cloud City was also turned into a shopping mall. The price of beginner equipment rose for a period of time, and only stabilized after about 2 weeks. Some people who received the official operation news in advance and had business sense made a lot of money from this wave. Han family young master and Brother Yu were one of them. Sword Demon had lost nearly 2 levels of EXP and had been madly leveling up. However, it was said that he had a share in Han family young master's business, so he must have made a lot of money. But these people obviously weren't professional players. Professional players would find ways to turn in-game currency into real money, and these people would spend the money they earned. Han family young master drank himself into a drunken stupor at Little Ray's bar for a few days in a row, and Sword Demon had a whole new set of equipment. As for how Brother Yu spent it, no one knew. Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming were 2 non-staff members who seemed to have been reborn as Amethyst. Although they were indignant that even Gu Fei could join the guild and they couldn't, the 2 of them didn't have any objections when they saw that the 2 of them spent more time grinding with the girls than Gu Fei, an official member. Once the operation officially started, the reborn Amethyst quickly recruited quite a number of ladies. The 2 heroes were even busier than before. Every day, he would lead a group of girls out of the city to level. In the eyes of some people, this was a glorious thing. Gu Fei, who had always been in the limelight, seemed to be very depressed at this moment. During this period of time, Gu Fei chose to loiter around the wanted mission distribution center. This was the only reasonable place to PK. However, in the beginning, the gentle atmosphere of Cloud City was not conducive to Gu Fei's business development. There were always a few missions on the wanted list, and they were all wiped out by him in no time at all. However, just when Gu Fei was feeling dispirited, the official operation of Boom fiercely gave Gu Fei an opportunity. Countless players poured into the game, and countless players needed to kill monsters to level up. The disadvantage of leveling up before and after level 30 in the parallel world was revealed at this time. Back then, Sword Demon could level up to level 24 in a day. Even if other players didn't have this kind of opportunity and perseverance, it wasn't hard to level up before level 30. In just a few days, most of the players reached the 25 to 30 range. As a result, the leveling area in this area suddenly had to accommodate a few times the number of players. Cloud's suburb farm was a sinister place, and now, being sinister was no longer a solution. The players began to fight openly. Monster snatching campaigns were held continuously. There were solo fights, group fights, and factions. The Cloud suburb farm was now like a Cloud suburb cemetery. Cries of pain could be heard everywhere, and blood could be seen everywhere. The wanted list at the wanted mission distribution center was naturally refreshed. Gu Fei was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After leveling up for a while every day, he would start doing quests here. Gu Fei's full-time job made the other members of the mercenary group feel that he wasn't doing his job properly. It was too inefficient to do wanted missions to level up. If the targets of the mission were all standing at the entrance of the wanted mission distribution center waiting for you to kill them, it would definitely be faster than killing monsters in the leveling area. But the problem was that it was impossible. Most of the time spent on these quests was wasted on traveling back and forth, as well as looking for people. Unfortunately, this didn't make sense to Gu Fei. His goal in doing these quests wasn't to level up. So he continued to enjoy it. As expected, Gu Fei, who had jumped to the top of the mage experience ranking because of a chain of quests, had fallen off the ranking. He was even worse than Yutian Shenming and Unscathed in Battle, who had neglected leveling up because he was chasing after girls. However, this situation changed after 2 weeks. Gu Fei's leveling speed was showing signs of picking up. They all thought that Gu Fei was enlightened. Later, during a gathering, Gu Fei only showed them one thing. The Windchaser coat of arms. The coat of arms had 2 functions. The first was to refresh the target's coordinates every minute. The second was to directly teleport back to the wanted mission distribution center after the quest was completed. Where did you get it? The experts were all shocked. This was definitely an equipment that hadn't appeared on the market yet. Players all thought that this parallel world game didn't have a teleportation function. One day, when I finished the quest and went back to get my reward, the system said that I completed the wanted mission 100 times and gave it to me. Gu Fei said. Everyone gasped in admiration. Even so, they weren't too envious. It was clear that this thing only worked on wanted missions. Other than Gu Fei, who else would do such a thing for a wanted mission? However, thanks to this item, Gu Fei's wanted mission EXP increased quite a bit. However, what Gu Fei showed next made everyone's eyes pop out. Windchaser boots, movement plus 60, movement speed increased by 35%. Dual attribute boots. Everyone roared. In the parallel world, characters would have a maximum movement speed when they were born. For a mage, it was 100. Different classes would have different movement speed. The difference between agility and movement speed for a mage was 1, which meant that adding 1 point to agility would give 1 point to movement speed. The boots in the parallel world only had one use, which was to increase movement speed. Normal boots only had one type of effect. For example, movement plus 60 was usually used by characters that didn't add agility. The other type increased movement speed by a percentage. Classes that focused more on agility would usually use this type. For example, Gu Fei put all his points into agility. Adding on the points that were added every level, he would have 180 points in agility at level 30. His movement speed would be 180 plus 100 is equal to 280 points. If he chose the boots that increased movement speed by 35%, his movement speed would increase by 98 points. This was clearly better than a pair of boots that increased movement speed by 60 points. However, if a normal mage didn't add agility, their movement speed would be 130 at level 30. Since the boots that increased movement speed by 35% could only increase movement speed by 45 points, it would be better to choose a pair of boots that increased movement speed by 60 points. Gu Fei's Windchaser boots could only be considered a normal attribute. However, the 35% movement speed increase was quite high among the boots that had appeared so far. However, these two attributes appeared on a pair of boots. None of the experts present had ever seen a pair that was stronger than this pair. Where did this come from? They gasped for breath. The Windchaser emblem's teleportation function surprised them, but apart from that, it was a joke. This pair of boots was different, especially for Sword Demon and Yutian Xinming. Gu Fei smiled. It was also when I turned in the mission. Apart from the reward, I also received this pair of boots. It was said that I had to complete the wanted mission 100 times in a row, 100 times in a row. They muttered. This requirement was clearly much harsher than the previous 100 times. There were too many conditions to fail a wanted mission. If you failed to complete the wanted mission and got killed instead, this was obviously the most embarrassing kind of failure. Apart from this, if someone else caught the target first, or if the target's PK value was wiped clean, or if the target suddenly changed his mind and went to jail, the system would mercilessly view it as a failure. However, with such a high-quality reward like the Windchaser boots in front of them, it was hard not to be moved. Yutian Xinming clearly loved these boots. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "Qianli, lend me the Windchaser emblem. I want to get a pair of boots too." Gu Fei was very straightforward. He didn't even think about it and gave the emblem to Yutian Xinming. "Take it. I've been preparing to level up recently. I heard that there's a class advancement quest at level 40. It had already been a month since the game started. Experts like the Han family young master, who had always been at the top of the leaderboards, had already reached level 40 for a while. Most players were in the process of reaching level 40. Gu Fei had fallen from the top of the leaderboards to the middle of the leaderboards because he went to do some wanted mission. It was only after he got the Windchaser emblem that he managed to maintain his level and not fall. After all, Gu Fei had the advantage of farming monsters 20 levels higher than him. Relying on this for 2 hours a day, his efficiency was several times that of others. If it wasn't for this advantage, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position in the middle of the leaderboards. Yeah. Qianli, what do you want to get? Water? Or electricity? Yutian Xinming asked. Gu Fei was stunned. Can I still only be a mage? Can't I become a striker? Mages could become water mages or lightning mages at level 40. But Gu Fei understood the literal meaning of the class advancement and thought that it was an opportunity to change professions. He was too busy studying the two advancements of the Grand Master of Combat, Striker and Qigong Master. Brother, you patted him. Changing professions is just a branch of the profession. It's not for you to change professions. I see. Gu Fei looked disappointed. Then I'll study it again. Have you all changed professions? Of the 6 people in the mercenary group, except for Gu Fei who was still level 39, everyone else had arrived. Including Sword Demon who had lost 2 levels of experience, he had rushed to level 40 yesterday. Not yet. We're all studying it. Brother, you said. Butterfly Knot, these few days are transitional chapters. Chapter 116. At level 40, there would be a fork in the road for all 7 major professions. Every profession would be divided into 2 paths. These 2 paths not only meant different skills, but would also adjust the initial attribute growth. Thus, after completing the profession change quest, the system would give a chance to reset the character's points, allowing the character to add points again. When this rule was first announced, quite a number of players beat their chests and stamped their feet. If they had known that there would be a chance to reset their points, then they wouldn't have been so cautious in adding points. Quite a number of players kept half of their points, hoping that they would be able to add them where they needed them the most in the future. These people boasted of being experts with foresight. Now that this rule was announced, it was tantamount to suffering in silence. After all, adding half of their points would add a lot more difficulty to their leveling journey. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in grumbling. Everyone had already begun to study the two paths of their profession. The warrior profession was divided into heavy warrior and berserker warrior. The former prioritized defense, and the warrior's HP would be more prominent. The latter, on the other hand, would be reflected in the damage output, and would become a very powerful fighting force. For rogues, there would be two paths, assassin and godly thief. The former would have greater damage output, while the latter would have an advantage in the traditional sneaky rogue style. Priests and paladins, on the other hand, would be divided into light and dark. It was said that light would continue to have a strong ability to support teammates, while dark would have curse-type skills and spells. For fighters, there would be a difference between fist mages and chi masters. The former would continue to fight with their bare fists, while the latter, with the aid of powerful internal energy, was said to have area of effect damage that would not lose to mages. For archers, there would be godly archers and lurkers. Both maintained the characteristics of archers, but the former would continue to have the advantage of long-range attacks, while the latter would have the ability to set traps. Finally, there was the difference between water and lightning for mages. From the officially announced skills, it seemed to be the most rigid division of professions. The main difference was that water skills often had a freezing effect, while lightning spells often had an electric effect. Other than that, there didn't seem to be any other professions that had such different paths. The most obvious proof was that mages were the only profession that could completely follow the previous way of adding points based on intelligence. The 6 members of the child elite group consisted of 6 major professions other than the Grand Master of Combat. He's actually a mage. Han family young master sighed as he watched Gu Fei leave. At this time, the game had gone through a month of development. The black mage robe wasn't something new anymore. Clothes weren't like weapons. High-quality items would glow and normal people couldn't tell if they were good or bad. As for the glowing night flowing light sword, that was something that Gu Fei purposely revealed in hopes of attracting some bad people's attention. However, things didn't go as he wished. Those bandits that were after high-quality equipment had all disappeared. Until now, no one had any ideas about Gu Fei. As he walked towards the east gate, he saw a group of women gathered outside the tavern. Gu Fei looked at the time. It was 7:10. He had arrived 5 minutes earlier than the agreed time. It was said that women liked to be late, but that didn't seem to be the case in the game. He walked closer and counted. There were 9 people in total. He knew 2 of them, Ice Glaze and Luoluo. The other 3 looked familiar, but he had never seen the other 4 before. After its official launch, Purple Crystal Rebirth grew rapidly. Moreover, it only accepted female players. As of now, there were 57 players, and Gu Fei was still the only male player. July seemed to understand that Gu Fei didn't really get along with them. Normally, they would inform Gu Fei if they wanted to train together or do quests. However, they would always emphasize that it was up to him whether he wanted to come or not. Thus, Gu Fei casually said, "I'm used to training alone." From then on, July didn't bother him anymore. He would occasionally bump into these girls on the streets, but most of them only looked familiar to Gu Fei. He didn't even know their names. He didn't dare to greet them on the streets, afraid that he might have mistaken them for someone else. Just like that, a month had passed. Gu Fei and Amethyst were like parallel lines that never intersected. Gu Fei was very curious as to how long Qiyue would be able to endure him, an existence that existed only in name. Today, thanks to Yutian Shinming, Gu Fei was finally going to make contact with Amethyst. As he approached the 9 girls, Luoluo and Ice Glaze had their backs to him. The other 4 girls didn't know who Gu Fei was, while the other 3 looked at Gu Fei the same way Gu Fei looked at them. He looked familiar, but they didn't dare to greet him for fear of mistaking him for someone else. Ahem. Gu Fei coughed behind Luoluo. Luoluo turned around and saw Gu Fei. She smiled, "Yo, I didn't think I'd be able to invite you." Gu Fei smiled, "Long time no see." He hadn't seen Luoluo for more than a month. In the game, this was enough for a pair of close friends to become strangers. Luoluo pulled him to the girls. "Let me introduce everyone. This is drunk Qianli." "Ah!" the 4 women exclaimed in surprise. Everyone thought that Amethyst, the only male player in the all-female guild, must have something special about him. Logically speaking, he either had an unusual relationship with one of the core members of the guild, or he had the heart of a woman despite looking like a male player. However, after asking around, these 2 rumors were quickly overturned. Other than that, even people who knew Gu Fei like July and Luoluo didn't know much about him. On the other hand, the reincarnated Amethyst's 2 external helpers, Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming, seemed to be close friends with him. Many girls wanted to dig out information about Gu Fei from the 2 of them. However, the 2 of them were extremely sensitive in this regard. The girls were curious about Gu Fei and nervous, so it wasn't hard to imagine how they described Gu Fei. The girls weren't stupid. After listening to them for a long time, they could tell that the 2 were just spouting nonsense. Hence, Gu Fei became even more mysterious. Now that the mysterious person had suddenly appeared, the 4 new girls were a little excited. They almost came up to him to ask for his autograph. Just what kind of gossip does this guy have? We must dig it out, the 4 girls thought. This was the spirit of female players. They didn't care much about other people's strength. They wanted to meet people with stories, interesting people. "Since everyone's here, shall we go?" Luoluo said, sending Gu Fei a party invitation. Gu Fei joined the party. Luoluo smiled, "Since you're filling in for Yutian, you'll be the leader." After saying that, Luoluo handed over the party leader position to Gu Fei. Then, there was a series of system notifications, and the party was dispersed. What's going on? The girls were confused. My commander value is only 1, Gu Fei replied calmly. In the parallel world, forming a party was not casual. There was an attribute of commander value that affected the number of people a person could lead when they were the party leader. For every 1 point of commander value, the party could add 5 players. Usually, when the party leader was leveling up or doing some quests, they could gain commander experience. Obviously, Gu Fei hadn't participated in these activities. He didn't meet the requirements for this current 10-person party. The girls were in an uproar. A 10-person party only required 2 points, but Gu Fei didn't even have this. It was too shocking. He really wasn't an ordinary person. The 4 new girls were excited. Then I'll lead the team. Luoluo had no choice but to form a new party. Everyone headed towards the leveling area. Gu Fei walked at the back of the party. The 4 new girls gathered together and muttered. Then, they finally chose a representative and came to Gu Fei's side. "Big brother Qianli," the girl called out. "Just call me Qianli." Gu Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He was shocked by this form of address. Although this girl was indeed a little girl, the more it was like this, the more Gu Fei couldn't bear this form of address. Don't forget that Gu Fei was a teacher. A girl who looked like a student called her teacher Big Brother. Just by imagining it again, Gu Fei secretly vomited blood in his heart. "Oh, Qianli," the little girl called out again timidly. "What's the matter?" Gu Fei asked while sneaking a glance at Luoluo in front of him. Luoluo was also looking back. When she saw Gu Fei looking at her, she returned an ambiguous smile. At the same time, Gu Fei received a message. He opened it and saw that it was from Luoluo. "This little loli is very cute, right?" "What are you talking about?" Gu Fei's head was full of sweat. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? The little girl said. Go ahead. Gu Fei replied. When did you join Rebirth Amethyst? The little girl asked. When it was first formed. Gu Fei said. Why did you join this girls' guild? There weren't enough people, so I helped out. Gu Fei said. How come I don't usually see you? I'm used to training alone. Gu Fei said. Are you familiar with guild leader July? Just as so. Gu Fei said. Oh, thank you. The little girl said and returned to the group of 4. Gu Fei was at a loss. These questions, did they have any special meaning? To dig out the inside story from the ordinary, this kind of gossip spirit was something that Gu Fei obviously didn't understand. Seeing the 4 little girls gathered together and whispering, occasionally glancing at him, Gu Fei felt a cold wind blow against his body. It really was a dangerous feeling. I don't know what they're planning, I have to pull one of them down with me. Gu Fei said and quickened his steps. He walked to the front of the group and walked together with Luo Luo. He intentionally or unintentionally said, Where are you going to train? Cloud Valley. Luo Luo said. Oh, I'm familiar with this place. Gu Fei said, I've been training there for a month. Luo Luo was stunned. A month ago, everyone's level was 30. At that time, training in Cloud Valley meant that they had the strength to fight monsters 10 levels higher than them. A mage could actually solo train 10 levels higher. Luo Luo knew that Gu Fei wasn't simple, but she didn't think that he would be so strong. This should be something that only the top players in the game would have. Then where are you training now? Luo Luo asked curiously. Not really, I've been doing wanted quests. Gu Fei said. Normally, Gu Fei would spend around 2 hours a day farming monsters. Compared to Sword Demon and the others, Gu Fei really didn't think that this could be considered training. But if he told her where he was farming monsters, it would be enough to shock Luo Luo to death. Yunluo Peak was a level 60 leveling area. Normal players definitely wouldn't even go to a place like this. Wanted quests. Do you level up very quickly? Luo Luo asked curiously. No, I'm just playing around. Gu Fei said. Gu Fei's level on the experience leaderboard of the parallel world had dropped a lot, but it wasn't obvious in Amethyst's guild. Currently, he was still considered one of the upper echelons of the guild. The girls gossiped every day and didn't pay much attention to efficiency when training, so their leveling speed wasn't top-notch at all. To be honest, Gu Fei had helped them a lot by introducing them to the 2 experts, Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming. If it weren't for these 2 experts overseeing and assisting them, the level of the reborn Amethyst ladies would have been even worse. Gu Fei looked to the side and saw Ice Glaze silently walking to the side with her head down. Student Xiao Bing, don't you recognize me? Ice Glaze noticed that Gu Fei hadn't greeted her. Ah. No. Ice Glaze raised her head in panic. Don't tease us shy girls. Go play with the girls in the back. Luo Luo said with dissatisfaction and pulled Ice Glaze to her side. What are you saying? Gu Fei almost fainted. Luo Luo made it sound like he had bad intentions. You think I'm Yutian? Ah. Luo Luo was startled. I think so. That animal. Gu Fei said with disdain. Ice Glaze suddenly laughed. He said the same thing about you. Why did he say that about me? Gu Fei said. Nothing. It's just that whenever he mentioned you, he would say, that animal or that animal, instead. Luo Luo laughed. Just wait for me to chop him to death. Gu Fei said hatefully. The girls burst into laughter. Bullshit. Everyone pointed at Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei was at a loss. He didn't know why his casual words had such a big reaction. Of course, he didn't know that in his eyes, Yutian Shinming wasn't much. In reality, he was a top-notch expert. Although the girl's skills were average, after interacting with him for so long, they could naturally see it. Not to mention, the name Yutian Shenming was his signature. Now that Gu Fei's level wasn't as high as Yutian Shenming's, and his class was a mage that was countered by Yutian Shenming, saying that he could kill Yutian Shenming would naturally be seen as bragging. After chatting idly like this, the group finally arrived at Cloud Valley. At this time, Cloud Valley was no longer as desolate as it was when Gu Fei was leveling. As the leveling area with the most players, the mountains and plains were filled with people. Gu Fei followed the group and looked around. He really couldn't find a place that could accommodate 10 people leveling. As they walked, the girls stopped. Luo looked ahead and frowned. The girls were also discussing, "It's them again. What's going on?" Gu Fei asked. "This area should belong to Amethyst, but these people haven't been able to find a place these days, so they like to come here and duel with us a few times." Luo said. "Duel?" Gu Fei didn't understand. Luo looked at him with an even more confused expression. "Duel what?" Gu Fei asked again. The leveling area. The leveling area is overcrowded right now. It's always fighting and no one can level well, so everyone. Oh, I understand. Gu Fei indeed understood. This was the rule of Moonlit Night City, which loved to fight. Because the leveling area couldn't handle so many players leveling at the same time, it was impossible for there to be no fights. However, a large-scale group fight definitely wouldn't make up for the losses, so there was the rule of sending representatives to duel. Who would have thought that Cloud City would also be like this? This showed that the people's intelligence was the same. Then let's pick. Gu Fei said. But Yutian isn't here. Luo was worried, it's always been him. Other than him, I don't have any abilities. Xiao Bing is a mage, and the others are even lower level. I'll go. Gu Fei patted his chest. You're a mage too. Luo was surprised. From a conventional point of view, dueling was a mage's weakness. Although Luo felt that Gu Fei was capable, she didn't think that Gu Fei would be stronger than veteran experts like Yutian Shenming. Back then, Gu Fei almost died under Xiao Yu's hands. This situation definitely wouldn't happen to Yutian Shenming. Before the discussion finished, the people in the leveling area had clearly seen Gu Fei's group. They were obviously familiar faces to them. A group of people whistled and shouted, "Pretty girls, here they come again. You guys are shameless. You've lost so many times, but you still come." A girl shouted. "Perseverance. This spirit is worth learning." Someone on the other side shouted. It was obvious that they were going to be shameless to the end. Gu Fei didn't wait for Luo's reply and took the initiative to walk to the front. "It's a duel, come out." The other side looked at Gu Fei and was startled. "Why did you change people? Where's that arrogant brat? Call him over." "He's not here," Gu Fei said. The other side immediately muttered. After losing to Yutian Shenming a few times in a row, they still dared to come again. Naturally, they were prepared. In order to deal with Yutian Shenming, they specially found an expert thief and prepared to use the class counter. They could also see that apart from Yutian Shenming, the other girls didn't have much PK ability, so they didn't expect to change people at the last minute. However, they really didn't expect that Yutian Shenming, who had persisted for several days, would be replaced by a new character today. Appraise. Appraise. The other side didn't want to lose again. Mage. Everyone's eyebrows were raised when the appraisal results came out. Although the equipment and the like weren't out, no one cared anymore. One-on-one against a mage was a piece of cake. Who's up? The others began to rush to be first. Truth be told, the other party had been fighting for the leveling area with Amethyst on purpose. They took the leveling area and generously invited the girls to train together. Although the two parties would be a little crowded, it was better than not having a leveling area, so the girls wouldn't refuse. After that, they naturally got to know each other. This was the other party's original plan. Who would have thought that although the girls weren't strong, there would be a skilled archer in the party, and a few people would be defeated in the past few days. Although they hired a thief today, they still felt a little uneasy. Now that the other side's expert wasn't here and the mage had changed, everyone wanted to show their faces in front of the girls. By the way, Gu Fei turned to ask Luoluo, PKs have to be merciful, right? Luoluo nodded, but her heart was full of doubts. This question didn't need to be asked. The players came up with this method to avoid losing levels. Why would they PK to the death? Be careful. Luoluo came over and whispered to Gu Fei, PKs can't be controlled, and you can't say for sure. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Gu Fei said. Luoluo nodded, if you can't do it, then come down. We'll just find another place. Gu Fei was stunned. When I say be careful, I mean I'll be careful not to kill them. The girls were stunned, and the guy on the other side heard it clearly, and immediately became excited. This guy is even more arrogant than that brat. Someone scolded. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to explain, so he took 2 steps forward and asked while rubbing his hands, who's going to come? I'll go. A thief stepped out from the crowd. He was originally invited to fight Yutian Shinming today. When the others saw that he had stepped out, they were too embarrassed to fight with him. Gu Fei nodded and asked, how much health do you have? What? The other side was stunned. I said, how much HP do you have? Gu Fei said seriously. What? How can I tell you? The other side was surprised. This was a PK, and it was better to keep his own data confidential. Who would ask like this? If you don't tell me your HP, I can't go easy on you. Gu Fei was still very serious. He wasn't an online expert like Sword Demon and the others. Those guys knew the game's data like the back of their hand, and could roughly determine part of their opponent's data with identification. Gu Fei had no concept of this. He only saw that the other side was a thief, a profession with low HP, and was within his spell's instant kill range. Asking about the other side's HP was really out of good intentions. However, ordinary players couldn't understand this kind of abnormal thinking. Under the scolding, the thief also felt that he was being discriminated against, and angrily said, Brat, I want to fight to the death with you. Fighting to the death meant fighting until one side died. It was a term invented by some pretentious people. When facing an opponent who was obviously inferior to oneself, asking, do you want to fight to the death, before the fight seemed to show one's style. Gu Fei had also heard of this term. At this time, he smiled and said, there's no need for that, right? It's getting harder and harder to level up these days. The other side thought that Gu Fei was afraid, and became even more arrogant. Don't be polite. Aren't you afraid that you can't go easy on me? I'll give you this chance. If you have the ability, you can PK me to death. Butterfly Knot, the chapter number of the previous chapter was wrong. Chapter 117. Gu Fei walked forward modestly and cupped his fists. Please. This was an old-fashioned greeting that Gu Fei and the others who specialized in martial arts would do before a duel. Why would they still do this in PvP? The other thief snorted and stepped forward. He wasn't holding a dagger in his hand, but a wooden stick. As the name suggested, the sap skill that rogues mastered at level 36 could only be used with a stick. But frankly speaking, among the skill combinations that rogues currently had, sap had no practical value in PvP. Sap and backstab were skills that had to be used from behind. Even if sap was successfully used, the next attack would definitely be the backstab that dealt the most damage. Wasn't that an unnecessary move? If one had the time to use sap, wouldn't it be more efficient to just use backstab? Therefore, one had to study the psychology of players. Those who used sap instead of backstab were mostly people who underestimated their enemies and wanted to show off. Imagine using a staggering blow to stun your opponent for 5 seconds, then calmly wiping your boots before pulling out a dagger to perform a backstab on your opponent. How easy would that look? Even if others couldn't understand the pride of treating PvP as child's play, at least he would feel good. At this moment, the rogue felt that he was being looked down upon by Gu Fei, so he decided to use this unnecessary method to return the disdain to Gu Fei. Gu Fei's attitude was much more serious. He silently took off the night streamer from his back. Using a sword? The thief pondered to himself. The glow of the night streak blade was extraordinary. However, even after using appraisal twice, the thief still couldn't appraise its properties. He could only mutter to himself inwardly. At this point, Gu Fei was no longer a newbie. He had learned appraisal art and had been practicing it for a month. Now, he was at level 8. Although he was only considered average among the players, he was not completely defenseless against appraisal. At the very least, he wouldn't be wiped clean by an appraisal spell. Appraising high-grade items was harder than appraising low-grade items. This was a basic rule. Therefore, it was definitely not a coincidence that Gu Fei's clothes and sword were not exposed after several appraisal arts. Can we start? Gu Fei asked after a long time without any movement from the other party. Coming. This thief was really cunning. As he replied to Gu Fei, he rushed to Gu Fei's side. In reality, PvP between a thief and a mage was very simple. All you had to do was think of a way to close in as quickly as possible and slash with your dagger. As long as he could keep the mage occupied, normal attacks would suffice. But because the thief was holding a stick, he had to use a sneak attack. Therefore, there was an extra procedure. He needed to go behind Gu Fei first. Who would believe it? The other side said. Although the women didn't believe it, they all said in unison, we all believe it. Women were really scary when it came to protecting their own. The men were speechless. In terms of PK, the men mostly had the upper hand. In terms of arguing, even if you could win against the women, you would still be accused of being ungentlemanly. So, there was no need to work hard in this area. At this moment, a strong man walked out and pointed at Gu Fei. Try burning me, let's see how much blood you can burn. The women encouraged Gu Fei. Burn him, burn him. Gu Fei glanced at him and said, wait a minute. What? You don't dare. You still need to find someone to act with you. The other side was proud, thinking that he had stepped on Gu Fei's tail. Skill cooldown. Gu Fei looked at him sympathetically. He didn't think that there would be someone in the game with even less knowledge than him. The man lowered his head in shame. After a while, the skill cooldown was over and Gu Fei came out again. The other side straightened his chest and said loudly, come on, let's see how much you can burn. At the same time, he looked at the women warily. Don't try anything, my eyes are clear. The women all expressed their disdain. I've won this game, so don't bother me again tomorrow. Gu Fei felt that he couldn't put on a show here for nothing. Startled, the man looked back to his companions for their opinion. After a brief exchange, they nodded generously. Resistance Ring of Fire, go. Gu Fei summoned the Ring of Fire and rushed in front of the other side. Before the man could react, Gu Fei's burn was over and the Ring of Fire was withdrawn. The Resistance Ring of Fire was a continuous mana consumption skill, which was quite costly for Gu Fei. How is it? The others asked nervously. The man looked at his health and was overjoyed. It didn't turn red at all, it almost turned yellow. You're really playing tricks. The others had already turned pale when they heard this. Gu Fei said indifferently, if your health is high and you have magic defense, of course you won't burn red. He muttered inwardly, this person really has less common sense than me. It wasn't that this person really didn't have common sense, it was just that he was too focused and ignored these objective factors. Now that he realized it, he was quite shocked. Just as Gu Fei said, he was a physique warrior, and he had magic defense equipment on him. The skill that could burn a rogue red was only at this level on him. But as a resistance ring of fire, it was already abnormal enough to make one speechless. The man quietly returned to the party and muttered to his companions. On the side of the reborn amethyst, they were celebrating their victory as they prepared to level up. However, no matter how long they waited, the other side had no intention of leaving. Luoluo spoke, "Everyone, can you leave now?" "Leave? Who said we're leaving?" Someone said. "Shameless. This is too shameless. How can you be so shameless?" the girls criticized. The other side didn't even blush and his heart didn't skip a beat. "Beautiful lady, this brother means that this is also a competition. Since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. Do you think that our people will admit defeat and give up before their HP turns yellow? Sophistry. Shameless. Shameless." The girls shouted. Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. He quickly walked out of the formation. "Then come out quickly. We'll finish this." "No problem," the other side replied, and the warrior from before stepped out of the formation. After a short discussion, the other side still believed that the resistance ring of fire couldn't possibly deal that much damage. After thinking about it, they all felt that the sword in Gu Fei's hand was the key to the problem. Moreover, they couldn't find the sword's attributes even after multiple appraisals, which made it even more mysterious. No one had ever heard of a sword with magic damage, and no one would have thought that there would be such advanced equipment in the hands of a player at this time. In the end, everyone agreed, that sword of his must have a greatly enhanced ring of fire damage attribute, which is why it looks so abnormal. I should have chased after him when he put away the resistance ring of fire. I would have won. The warrior slapped his thigh in regret. It's not too late to know now. Someone in the party smiled slyly. In every group, there was bound to be a character like this who was like a dog's head advisor. What? The others looked at him. Resistance ring of fire or whirlwind slash, which do you think is further? Everyone instantly understood. Whirlwind slash wasn't limited to weapons, so it was very flexible in terms of distance. The longer the weapon, the larger the area of the slash. As long as one didn't use a dagger and used a normal one-handed sword, the distance of the whirlwind slash would be greater than the resistance ring of fire. If whirlwind slash were used, would he still be alive? The warrior said. Who cares? Skills are always like this, they didn't say that they couldn't use it. The useless advisor said. That makes sense, that makes sense. Everyone said. Thus, there was the previous scene. Using the excuse that he didn't admit defeat, he asked for another match. It's fine, another match is just another match, it'll be quick. Gu Fei comforted the girls. The warrior stepped out of the formation, and the heavy sword in his hand gripped the tip of the hilt. It was said that this was a small trick to widen the range of whirlwind slash. Gu Fei's tactic was the same as before, chanting a resistance ring of fire and immediately approaching the warrior. The others felt that Gu Fei only had this trick up his sleeve, or else why would a mage use resistance ring of fire and actively approach the opponent? The warrior was confident and calm. However, the speed at which Gu Fei approached surprised him, and he hurriedly used whirlwind slash. However, the signature movement of whirlwind slash was already in Gu Fei's eyes, and he was startled at first. Because he didn't think that his opponent would use whirlwind slash. If this move was used, the mage would most likely die on the spot, and it was too contradictory to say that he was being lenient. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Fei used his profound insight and thinking to determine whether or not his opponent was using this to scare him. In the blink of an eye, whirlwind swept over. Screams came from the group of girls. It's for real. Gu Fei hurriedly raised his sword to block, and used the force to bounce out. His heart was already burning with anger, the opponent clearly wasn't going to be lenient. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei's speed had increased at level 39, based on his attack speed when he was level 30, he would have been defeated by this move. It was a shame that he had been so honest, using Ring of Fire to make them retreat. Fireball, shoot! Gu Fei summoned a fireball and threw it over. The warrior was surprised that Gu Fei had actually blocked Whirlwind Slash, but he didn't think much of this fireball. In the parallel world, there was a term called judgment. When the same or different skills were used at the same time, the damage dealt to both sides would be determined by this judgment. For example, if a normal attack could scatter a fireball, it could be said that a normal attack had a higher judgment than a fireball. When the two collided, the fireball attack was nearly ineffective. Of course, the rules of judgment weren't that simple. Apart from the stats of the skill, the character's stats, attack speed, and damage could all affect the result of judgment. However, with all of these factors combined, the warrior's Whirlwind Slash was undoubtedly a skill with a high judgment. As a result, Gu Fei's fireball wasn't thrown randomly. It was the same principle as when he was defending against Whirlwind Slash. Gu Fei's fireball was also calculated to take advantage of this small gap to break through Whirlwind Slash. In terms of the rules, Gu Fei's precise timing was an attempt to avoid the collision between the fireball and Whirlwind Slash. This way, he wouldn't need to go through a judgment. Unfortunately, the fireball was still scattered by Whirlwind Slash. Under Gu Fei's careful calculations, he still couldn't get past the judgment. This was because the airflow created by Whirlwind Slash was also part of the judgment. The fireball was so weak that it couldn't compete with the airflow. As soon as it arrived, it was immediately torn to pieces. However, Gu Fei wasn't discouraged. He suddenly had another idea. Just as he was about to summon another fireball, the other side stopped. This person saw that Gu Fei was far away and his Whirlwind Slash couldn't reach him, so he naturally wouldn't continue to foolishly turn around. Seeing that Gu Fei had already put away the Ring of Fire after being bounced away, he immediately felt that this was a good opportunity to pursue. He quickly put away his Whirlwind Slash and strode towards Gu Fei. In his eyes, without the Ring of Fire, Gu Fei could only be fish on the chopping block. Gu Fei was preparing to do another experiment. He felt that it was a pity that he suddenly put away his Whirlwind Slash. However, seeing him stride towards him, it was exactly what he wanted. Instead of retreating, he advanced at high speed. The warrior was still afraid that Gu Fei would run in circles to stall for time while the Ring of Fire came off cooldown. Seeing that he was also coming, he was naturally overjoyed. The two of them met each other with surging emotions. The warrior made the first move. When he saw that he was only 3 steps away from Gu Fei, he roared and used the skill, Charge. The warrior was slow, but the speed of his skills wasn't. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, no matter how fast the skill was, it didn't matter because the signs of it being used were too obvious. After a month of PK hunting, Gu Fei had a deep understanding of the many skills in the game. In terms of understanding data, he still couldn't compare to Brother Yu, Sword Demon, and the others, but in terms of judgment in actual combat, he was on a whole new level. At this time, the warrior bent his waist and bent his hips, and Gu Fei accidentally predicted his opponent's move. He dodged to the side, and the other rushed over. Naturally, he missed. Gu Fei got up like lightning and gave his but a push. The original charge distance was increased by another 2 meters. The warrior valiantly stabbed his sword into the tree behind Gu Fei. He didn't know how the damage was calculated, but it seemed that the tree's defense was very weak. The sword actually pierced through it. The warrior cursed in his heart because he had seen this scene in many wuxia scenes. If the sword was stabbed too deep, it couldn't be pulled out. As expected, the sword didn't move at all when he exerted force with both arms. At this time, Gu Fei arrived. He didn't cast any spells. He went around to the side and shouted, swinging the night streamer with both hands. This kind of PK situation was rare. The warrior had never thought about what would happen if the opponent was so aggressive that he wanted to cut off his arm. Since he didn't think about it, he naturally relied on conditioned reflex. Besides, the game was so realistic. The warrior was nervous and quickly retreated. If Gu Fei really wanted to cut, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. This cut was just to scare him. Seeing the opponent retreat, he laughed in his heart. A warrior without a weapon was worse than a mage. A mage could still use skills empty-handed. Without a weapon, the warrior couldn't use charge or whirlwind slash. What's more, his weapon was still there. If he didn't hurry to pick it up, what if someone else picked it up? What if the system eliminated it? What if it grew together with the tree? The warrior was anxious, but Gu Fei didn't show any mercy and continued to cut with his sword. Without a weapon in his hand, the warrior immediately lost his will to PK. Seeing the opponent's shining weapon coming at him, he didn't know how to block it. He covered his head and fled, still shouting, "Sword, my sword! Quick, help me get my sword back." A few of his companions went to help him pull out the sword. Gu Fei continued to chase him around the field. Quan Min was wearing exquisite boots, so there was no suspense in chasing this warrior. Gu Fei poked his back again and again, asking, "Is it red? Is it red? What is it red? What is it red?" The warrior shouted. "Is it red? Is it red?" Gu Fei continued to poke. "Almost, almost." The warrior shouted. "Speak when it's red," Gu Fei said as he poked. "Red, red." The warrior immediately said. Gu Fei's sword was still against his back, but he didn't stab down. He asked, "Do you surrender?" "Surrender, surrender." The warrior raised his hand. "Yes." Gu Fei responded and put away his sword. "My sword." The warrior ignored his red blood and immediately went to rescue his sword stuck in the tree. What kind of explanation is this? The audience collapsed, especially the members of the men's gang, who were very confused. "He surrendered," Gu Fei said, spreading his hands. This. A bunch of people looked very pained. When the warrior's sword was rescued, they stomped their feet and said angrily, "We'll come back the day after tomorrow." In their opinion, this loss was too coincidental. Charging into the tree, but the sword was stuck in the tree. How ridiculous was that? A warrior without a weapon was stabbed by a mage until he surrendered. It was too embarrassing. The crowd left angrily. "Take care." Gu Fei waved at their backs. The girls were already laughing. Luo came up to praise Gu Fei. "You have some skills. It's just so." Gu Fei smiled. To settle a brutal PK in such an easy manner, this was the awesome posture that many players pursued. It was just that Gu Fei's realm was a bit too high. He used the terrain and then dodged and kicked at the right time. Most people wouldn't think that this was intentional. Coupled with the real accident that the sword couldn't be pulled out from the tree, everyone thought that the foreplay was a coincidence. No one knew how to appreciate a good show. Who could understand the loneliness of such an expert? Chapter 118. With no one fighting for the leveling area, everyone could finally start leveling. The girls skillfully began to find their own positions. It was obvious that they had formed a routine by often leveling in the same place with the same number of people. Not long after, the girls were all in position. After nodding to each other, they looked at the confused Gu Fei. "What should I do?" Gu Fei spread his hands. "Lure the monsters," Luo said. "I'm a mage." Gu Fei was surprised. Although this was his first time leveling in a group, he knew that mages were the main damage output of the group. Luring monsters shouldn't be done by mages. Luo said helplessly, "We're a well-coordinated group. Yu Tian is always in charge of luring monsters." Gu Fei looked up at the sky and sighed. Yutian Shinming really didn't have it easy. He had to stand out in solo fights, fight monsters, and do all the hard work. He was a full healer. Looking at himself. Pfft, Gu Fei spat. He was actually a substitute for a healer. The monsters here are hard to lure. Ice Glaze said from a mage's perspective. Luoluo smiled. Qinli isn't a normal mage. He runs really fast. Hurry up, hurry up. The girls immediately urged Gu Fei to hurry up. Gu Fei helplessly raised his sword and swept through the surrounding monsters one by one. Wild geese left a sound, and sword left a mark. This was Gu Fei's way of luring monsters. Don't think that Gu Fei didn't know how to lure monsters. As a mage, and as a solo mage, Gu Fei had long since mastered luring monsters. The sword spun in a circle. Gu Fei had already lured all the monsters in the leveling area behind him. Clang clang clang, a train came back. Lured to where? Gu Fei shouted. Ah! I haven't drawn the circle yet. Luoluo patted her head. In fact, the positions of the girls and even the order in which they attacked the monsters were all planned by Yutian Shinming. The circle that Luoluo mentioned was the same. The few mages in this party had limited skills, and their heavenly fire wheel often couldn't hit all the monsters accurately. Therefore, Yutian Shinming came up with this idea. He would let the girls throw the Skyfall fire wheel into the circle at a fixed time, and he would be responsible for controlling the timing to bring the monsters into the circle. In that case, whether or not the heavenly fire wheel could hit all the monsters would depend on Yutian Shinming's aggro skills. It's usually Yutian who does this. I forgot. Luoluo said as she walked to the center of the field with her staff. She waved at Gu Fei and said, "Go take the monsters for a walk. I'll be done soon." The girls focused on watching Luoluo draw the circle. Female players were careful in everything. Luoluo drew a circle in a well-behaved manner. While admiring the overall circle, she waved at Gu Fei and said, "Okay, lure the monsters over." The girls shifted their gazes from the circle to where Gu Fei was. They saw that Gu Fei was alone. The fire around him hadn't faded yet, and the corpses of the small monsters were scattered around him. "No need, I've already taken care of them," Gu Fei said. The girls looked at each other. They were all watching Luoluo draw the circle. How did she clear all the monsters in such a short amount of time? How did she do it? No one saw it. Wait for the respawn, Gu Fei said as he walked back. How did you kill the monsters? Luoluo asked. Heavenly fire wheel. Didn't you see it? The girls all shook their heads. The monsters they killed weren't as good as Luoluo's circle drawing. What a failure. Gu Fei was depressed. You can perform it again in a bit, Luoluo said. Okay. You guys go and lure the monsters, Gu Fei said. Ah. Go and lure them all. I alone am enough, Gu Fei commanded. But normally, that's when Yutian is here. Now the situation is different. We should make the appropriate adjustments, Gu Fei said seriously. His entire body exuded the confidence of an expert. Luoluo thought about it and agreed. For example, the team with unscathed in battle girls in their guild. She heard that their way of leveling was very different from theirs. Moreover, that team didn't have any mages. They were mainly melee classes, but their leveling efficiency was about the same as theirs. The deciding factor was probably the strategy that an expert made. From the looks of it, could it be that Qianli was also a 1 in a million expert in the game? Luoluo thought doubtfully. Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming were definitely the best in the game. Everyone in Amethyst, who had been reborn, was convinced of this. Did Qianli also have this skill? Luoluo felt that if it was someone like Yutian Shinming who had knowledge of the game, at least a mage wouldn't put all their points into agility. Look at how fast Qianli ran. Luo exclaimed. While they were waiting for the monsters to respawn, the girls were waiting for Gu Fei to explain what they needed to pay attention to when fighting the monsters. However, Gu Fei did not say a word. He only said 3 words after the monsters respawned: "Go lure them." The girls were in a mess. They didn't know what to do. "One for each of you. Go." Gu Fei's command finally began. "But we're mages." A few girls were confused. Shouldn't mages be the best at luring monsters? Gu Fei was also confused. Mages who trained alone should be the best at luring monsters. However, there were very few mages who fought alone. The mages looked at each other. "Go lure them," Luo said to the girls. She wanted to see what kind of unique strategy Gu Fei had. Luo had learned a lot during her time with Yutian Shenming. She realized that there was a lot of knowledge in the game. The girls walked towards the monsters in confusion. "Fireball, shoot!" The girls' tender cries rang out from all directions. "Lure them and bring them over," Gu Fei shouted. The girls started running back with the monsters. This time, it wasn't a train. When one person lured a group of monsters, the monsters with mechanical intelligence would line up like a train. At this time, each person led one monster. The formation of the monsters depended on the girls' formation. "Line up," Gu Fei said to everyone. The girls ran to the right and stood in a row. "Stand in a group." Gu Fei gestured at the side. The 9 girls moved and formed a 3x3 square formation. Gu Fei nodded in satisfaction and raised his sword, "Fire wheel from the sky." The girls looked up at the sky. Some were still shouting, "We're not in the circle yet." "Don't look, run a few steps forward." Gu Fei was shocked. The nervous expression infected the girls. They hurried forward and the line was a bit chaotic. "Okay, stay where you are," Gu Fei said. The group stopped and half of them looked back for Gu Fei's fire wheel from the sky. At this moment, the wheel of fire rolled out, and Gu Fei shouted, "Surrender." The fire wheel floated down and the ground was burning. The girls' hearts were beating fast. Fortunately, they listened to Gu Fei and quickly ran away. Part of the wheel of fire summoned by this guy was above their heads. There should have been 9 monsters, but the wheel of fire had only trapped 7 of them. 2 of the girls had run too fast when they were luring the monsters and lost them. In an instant, the fire wheel faded and the 7 monsters fell to the ground in a burning state. Gu Fei walked over. "Can't you just kill the monster? Why are you so fixated on that circle?" He pointed to the 2 girls in the middle. "Don't be so nervous, I know you can't run fast. But there's enough time. As soon as the monsters form a group, I'll destroy them." The girls didn't know what to say. Especially Luo. Gu Fei's fighting style did not have much of a tactical component. It was purely a display of strength. Compared with the strategy designed by Yutian Shenming, the core of that strategy was Yutian Shenming's skill to attract monsters, while the core of Gu Fei's strategy was Gu Fei's magic damage. One fire wheel from the sky killed all the monsters. This wasn't skill, this was powerful magic damage. Although Gu Fei's fire wheel from the sky was very accurate, his skill was overshadowed by his abnormal magic damage. This leveling party was mainly made up of mages, so their admiration for Gu Fei was naturally not just a little bit. The girls screamed and asked Gu Fei how much spell damage he had and how much spell proficiency he had. Gu Fei looked at his personal attributes and reported his magic damage. With the intelligence of a level 40 mage, Gu Fei's magic damage, which mainly relied on weapons, was not so shocking. However, it was still higher than the girls, and with the lethality of fire wheel from the sky, it was just enough to kill a level 40 monster. But this wasn't the upper limit of Gu Fei's magic damage. For example, the magic damage added by the skill, Spell Mastery, was not calculated in the character's attribute panel. It was only effective in actual combat. In addition, the strong magic attributes added by the equipment were the same. For example, the Spell Mastery +1 and Magic Attack Damage +10% on the Moonlight Spirit Robe were obviously not calculated in the character's attribute panel. In any case, with a combat power like Gu Fei, the efficiency of leveling could only be higher. Not to mention anything else, under normal circumstances, one person luring 9 monsters into a group, and now 9 people luring 9 monsters into a group, how could the same be compared? Gu Fei lazily leaned against a tree, watching the 9 girls running here and there to lure the monsters. "Gather when you're done luring," Gu Fei shouted. When the girls gathered, it meant that the monsters behind them also gathered. Gu Fei pointed with his sword and summoned a fire wheel from the sky. The world became quiet. Leveling like this was very easy, Gu Fei thought. Chapter 119. Gu Fei used the Night Stream sword in his hand as a pointer, directing the girls to run here and there. He spoke so confidently, and the aura he exuded made the girls believe that this was Gu Fei's job. He was a natural conductor. Of course, as a physical education teacher, Gu Fei's job was to direct the students to run here and there. Compared to the students who would conserve 30% of their energy and 70% of their laziness in physical education class, the girls who had been reborn as amethyst were much more obedient. When Gu Fei pointed east, no one went west. Everyone spared no effort. After a few waves, Gu Fei put the sword under his arm, clapped his hands and shouted, "Don't draw anymore, take a break." This time, no one was so obedient. The girls surrounded him. "Why don't you draw anymore? Why do you need to rest? Recover mana." Gu Fei sat on the ground and took out an apple from his pocket. The mages were relieved. Eating fruit recovered mana quite quickly. After a while, Gu Fei stood up again and waved at the crowd, "Continue." The girls were busy again. Just as they were happy after drawing a few waves, Gu Fei clapped his hands again, "Rest, rest, recover mana." What? The girls looked at Gu Fei blankly as he sat on the ground and ate his fruit again. "Only 5 times, right?" They were puzzled. "Only 5 heavenly fire wheels and you're out of mana." The mage's eyes widened. It was understandable that he was out of mana earlier, but this time, Gu Fei had just eaten an apple and rested. He should have recovered at least full mana before getting up, right? He could only release 5 heavenly fire wheels at full mana. Was this the quality a mage should have? Gu Fei sighed, "I can't help it. I don't want to either." "How good are you?" Ice Glaze thought positively and thought that he was too good at magic, which caused him to use up a lot of mana. Gu Fei wasn't prepared to say that he was proficient in magic. If he did, he would be looked down upon, so he just sighed, "My proficiency isn't high. It's my own young master Lon." Luo explained for everyone, Qinli's points are all added to agility, so he has less intelligence. Gu Fei nodded. The girls were kind and comforted Gu Fei, saying that he would be able to refresh his stats when he reached level 40, so he wouldn't be so trashy. Then, he generously donated all the fruits he had on him. This action allowed Gu Fei to know what fruits the 9 girls liked to eat like the back of his hand. 3 like apples, 3 like bananas, 1 peach and 2 pears. Gu Fei was touched and kept asking, "Where did you buy the bananas? Where did you buy the peaches? Give me a few more pears." Gu Fei had only been able to buy apples before, but because of his lack of mana, he needed a lot of them. He ate apples every day, to the point where he felt like throwing up with just 1 bite. Fortunately, the game wasn't that harsh and didn't require him to finish an apple. As long as he took a bite, the system would assume that he had eaten the apple after 3 seconds and start using the apple to help him recover mana. However, you can keep the apple and eat it later, but it won't have the effect of restoring magic power. After eating the banana, the leveling group started moving again. After 5 waves, the girls didn't wait for Gu Fei to speak and stopped, waiting for him to eat the fruits. Although the frequent interruptions were a bit disappointing, the efficiency of farming monsters was still incomparable to normal methods. Moreover, Gu Fei had his own advantages as a young master mage. He recovered quickly after eating the fruits, so the girls didn't have to wait too long. The girls were very satisfied with the speed at which they gained experience, but Gu Fei didn't think much of it. After a few more waves, Gu Fei couldn't take it anymore and said, "This is too slow, let's go somewhere else." "Why?" The girls looked at him. Gu Fei counted with his fingers, "We have a total of 10 people. In this small area, we can farm 9 monsters at a time. That's about one person guarding one monster. Even though we're killing them very quickly, it's still very slow." Luoluo smiled bitterly. "That's true, but it's already a good place to farm one monster per person. Look around, isn't every party in the same situation?" Gu Fei nodded. "That's why I said to go somewhere else." "Where else can we go?" The girls were confused. "There are so many people in the level 40 leveling area." Gu Fei smiled. "That's why we're going to the level 50 leveling area. There should be a lot fewer people there. Killing monsters above your level." The girls' eyes widened. Everyone knew what it meant to kill monsters above their level in the parallel world, but with the mediocre strength of the reborn Amethyst girls, they really didn't have the ability to do so. Usually, they only envied it and never thought about it. Gu Fei's magic damage was undoubtedly very high, and the girls were all half-baked players. They felt that with the help of such a strong person, leveling up and killing monsters would definitely be as easy as it was now. They immediately cheered and cheered, wanting to go and kill monsters that were higher level than them. Luoluo was one of the more skilled players, but she always felt that Gu Fei's points were wrong. Even if his exquisite equipment greatly increased his magic damage, it would be amazing if he could kill a level 40 monster instantly. Wouldn't it be a little exaggerated if he could kill a level 50 monster? Gu Fei didn't notice her hesitation. Seeing that the girls all agreed, he had already packed up the fruits they had donated and was ready to set off. Due to his limited strength, Gu Fei couldn't carry so much by himself, so he could only distribute it to the girls first. "Hey, can you kill a level 50 monster?" Luoluo asked when he gave the bananas to Luoluo. "I can give it a try," Gu Fei said confidently. Luoluo couldn't bear to spoil the mood of the girls, so she could only let them do it. The group left the Cloud Valley in a grandiose manner. The level 50 leveling area, the cloud-separated ridge, was a distance of 2 mountains from the Cloud Valley. If the monsters in the Cloud Valley were at the foot of the mountain, then the monsters in the cloud-separated ridge would be on the hillside. Just as Gu Fei expected, although there were teams leveling in the cloud-separated ridge, there were very few of them. It wasn't as clear as the level 40 leveling area. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking down, the small monsters all over the hillside made the girls excited. Everyone looked at Gu Fei, waiting for his arrangement. However, Luoluo quickly discovered something strange. The players in the level 50 leveling area were all melee classes like warriors and thieves, with support from paladins and priests. There wasn't even a single mage team. Since there was no team member to avoid damage, melee classes like mages and warriors couldn't display their skills at the same time when leveling in the parallel world. Mages mainly dealt area of effect damage, so if warriors and thieves also went up to fight, the consequences would be obvious. Therefore, the leveling teams in the parallel world were mainly divided into 2 types, mages and non-mages. It was obvious that the team led by Yutian Shinming in Amethyst was a mage, and they had a large number of mages to increase their damage output. On the other hand, the team led by Unscathed in Battle was a non-mage, and they mainly dealt melee damage. At the level 50 leveling area, there were only non-mage teams, but no mages. It was somewhat strange. After expressing this doubt to everyone, Gu Fei smiled and said, "Level 50 monsters have fire resistance, so mages aren't easy to deal with." Gu Fei had experienced level 50 monsters when he was level 30 in Moonlit City. At that time, killing a monster required a rapid fireball and a fireball spell. Although Gu Fei was now 8 levels higher than before, for Gu Fei, who didn't add intelligence, his magic attack power didn't increase much. He was still at the same level when dealing with level 50 monsters. However, the AoE spell, Heaven's Falling Flames, could instantly kill level 40 mobs, while the single-target spell, Rapid Fireball, which dealt far more damage than Heaven's Falling Flames, couldn't instantly kill level 50 mobs. This was rather strange. After all, the monsters had only increased by 10 levels. According to the previous growth trend of every 10 levels, Gu Fei's Rapid Fireball should be enough to instantly kill level 50 monsters. Later, after researching with the experts of the Child Elite Group, they came to a conclusion: level 50 monsters had high fire resistance, causing mages who used fire attacks to be seriously weakened in front of them. The girls opened their mouths wide and looked at Gu Fei. Then what do you have? As usual. Gu Fei waved his hand and said. You can still insta-kill them. The girls were surprised. They estimated that Gu Fei's magic damage was only enough to insta-kill a level 40 monster. Gu Fei shook his head. No. Then what do we do? Which of you has the highest magic damage? I might be able to do it if I have an assistant. Gu Fei said. The girls looked at Ice Glaze. Let's try it. Gu Fei clapped his hands and said, Go lure the monsters. The girls muttered in their hearts and scattered to lure the monsters. How much magic damage did Qianli's Drunken have? Everyone had this question in their hearts. So fast. The girls who had just lured the monsters had forgotten whether they could insta-kill them or not. They all cried out in alarm when they saw the monsters that had been hit by the fireball spell rush over. The one who was in the most difficult situation was Luoluo. The distance of the holy light ball was shorter than the fireball spell, and she ran slower than the mages. In the blink of an eye, she felt that the monsters had closed the distance by half. After a few more steps, the monster was behind her and stretched out its claws. Luoluo panicked for a moment and didn't know whether to stop and heal herself or continue to run to lure the monsters. The other girls were too busy looking after themselves and no one paid attention to this side. Only Ice Glaze, who had been promoted to an assistant by Gu Fei, quickly realized that Luoluo was in danger. Sister Luoluo. But other than shouting a reminder, she didn't know what else to do. Then she remembered that Gu Fei was next to her. She turned her head and saw that Gu Fei was long gone. When she looked up again, Gu Fei had already killed his way to Luoluo's side. Ice Glaze was dumbfounded. Only now did she truly feel how fast Gu Fei was. This speed was clearly above Yutian Shinming. Was he still a mage? So troublesome. Gu Fei sighed. He only cared about calculating if the magic damage was enough and neglected the fact that these girls were barely able to lure the monsters. Gu Fei, who had always trained alone and added points to other creatures, didn't expect these ordinary mages to be in such a difficult situation. Chapter 120. Double Flame Flash, Flash. Luoluo suddenly heard a mage chanting from behind her. She turned around and saw that Gu Fei had already charged out from the side. He stood between her and the monster, brandishing his long sword and slashing at the monster. Be careful. Luoluo shouted as she cast a healing spell at Gu Fei. When a mage was in close combat, most players would only think of one thing, death. Gu Fei blocked the monster with his body. In Luoluo's eyes, this was a selfless act. She was touched. Don't worry about me. Save the other girls. Gu Fei shouted as he ran away. The monster's aggro was drawn by him. It ignored Luoluo and turned to chase after Gu Fei. The battlefield was in chaos. The mages were caught up by the monsters behind them, and screams could be heard everywhere. Gu Fei was also in a mess. He ran to the next target while throwing fireballs at the other monsters. Xiao Bing, you lure the monster too. Gu Fei shouted at Ice Glaze, who was at a loss with her staff raised. Ice Glaze nodded and threw a fireball at a girl who was in a critical situation. The difference in magic damage between the two sides was very obvious. One fireball from Ice Glaze was not enough to pull all the aggro. She had to hit 3 in a row before the monster changed its target. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had already used Fireball to kill 3 more monsters. They waved their claws and tried to hug him. Xiao Bing, run to me. Gu Fei hurriedly shouted when he saw that Glazed Ice had already thrown 3 fireballs to attract the monster's aggro. At this moment, she was actually planning to throw a 4th. The 8 girls were luring the monsters. At this moment, Gu Fei had lured 4 monsters away, and 1 was turned to Glazed Ice. The remaining 3 were taken care of by Luoluo, so they could hold out for a while. Gu Fei calmly led the 3 away and drove the train to pick up Ice Glaze. Spread out. Prepare the Skyfall Fire Wheel. Gu Fei shouted. So fast, we can't hit it. The girls were anxious. If they had that skill, Yutian Shinming wouldn't have come up with a simple trick like drawing circles on the ground. Hit it all you want, just don't hit me. Gu Fei said. This reminder was a little too belittling of the girls. Gu Fei was very fast. He was more than 3 meters away from the monsters. No matter how bad the girls were, they wouldn't be able to throw Flaming Wheel more than 3 meters off course. Luoluo took care of Ice Glaze while Gu Fei went up to help her deal with the monsters. The monster had already eaten quite a few fireballs and Gu Fei had used 2 more to draw aggro. It was already on the verge of collapsing. Gu Fei took 2 more steps and looked at the distance between the monsters. He estimated that the girls wouldn't be able to throw the Skyfall Fire Wheel at him from so far away. He then yelled, "Attack! Skyfall Fire Wheel! Descend!" The cries came one after another. The Skyfall Fire Wheel made everyone's faces turn red. Gu Fei raised his head and looked. Seeing that none of the Skyfall Fire Wheels hit his head, he finally relaxed. He turned around and waved his sword. He also yelled, "1,000 flames of the flaming tree, rise!" 1,000 flames of the flaming tree was a level 36 mage spell. Skyfall Fire Wheel was an AoE spell that descended from the sky, while this spell rose from the ground. The difference was that this spell would burn the earth for 5 seconds. During this time, characters within the spell's range would receive continuous damage that decreased every second. In comparison, 1,000 flames of the flaming tree had a wider range than Skyfall Fire Wheel. Including the continuous damage, the damage output was also higher. Correspondingly, the mana consumption was also huge. It was close to twice that of Skyfall Fire Wheel. However, very few people would use this spell to level up. The main reason was because the leveling area was full. Normally, there would be a few mages in a party. If everyone used Skyfall Fire Wheel together, it would be enough. There was no need to increase the spell's damage. Gu Fei used it now to make sure that nothing went wrong. These girls weren't modest at all. The positioning of the Skyfall Fire Wheel was very disjointed. Looking at the sky, it was like the Olympic rings were interlocked. With such disjointed firepower, some of the monsters below were hit by 1, and some were hit by 2. Their HP was uneven. Gu Fei felt that it was better to add a larger and more powerful spell to be safe. The flames on the ground suddenly intertwined and formed a forest of fire. After the monsters were hit by Skyfall Fire Wheel, they dragged their feet in the forest of fire with difficulty. In the end, none of them could rush out of the sea of fire and all fell. The girls let out waves of cheers. It was the first time that they had killed a monster above their level, so they couldn't help but be excited when they received the experience. Gu Fei was much calmer. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked, "Are you all okay?" At this point, Luoluo's recovery spell was still being used. Some of the girls' HP hadn't recovered to full yet. The remaining 8 girls patted their chests together. 4 of them said, "That scared me to death." The other 4 were discussing fiercely, "Qianli is so strong. Shouldn't mages also add agility?" The impression that Gu Fei's ghostly figure just now was too deep. At level 40, even thieves and archers rarely added all of their agility. These two classes' attack damage and strength were closely related. Generally, they would put some points into strength and wouldn't pursue agility so persistently. Even if there was a guy who went all agility, Gu Fei could absolutely beat him in movement with this pair of plus 60 movement plus 35% wind chaser boots. This kind of speed was naturally something the girls had never seen before. "Don't look at me like that, it's very dangerous," Gu Fei said. "Then what should I do?" "Go and level," Gu Fei said sincerely. "Let's go." Luoluo smiled and walked towards the girls. "What's going on?" Gu Fei muttered to himself. That smile was too ambiguous. Was this the calm and collected Luoluo? Leveling started again. Gu Fei changed his strategy. Now he had to personally take on the heavy responsibility of luring the monsters. As for the other girls, they would listen to Gu Fei's command and then let Gu Fei finish the last hit. Compared to Ice Glaze's aggro, it could be seen that Gu Fei's magic damage was almost 3 times that of Ice Glaze. And Ice Glaze already had the highest magic damage among the girls. If they wanted to continue leveling in the level 50 leveling area, Gu Fei's firepower was indispensable. Otherwise, if it was just to lure monsters, Yutian Shinming would have already brought the girls here to play. Just from the level of luring monsters, Yutian Shinming was still better than Gu Fei. He didn't need to draw a circle or set up any positions. Gu Fei rushed into the group of monsters, threw a fireball to the left and stabbed to the right. In a short while, he had pulled 7 or 8 monsters back. "Get ready!" Gu Fei shouted to the girls. The women responded, and those who should have raised their staffs had already raised their staffs. Luoluo gave Gu Fei, who hadn't lost a single drop of health, a healing spell and winked at him. Gu Fei's foot slipped and he almost fell. Crazy, this Luoluo must be crazy. What's wrong with her? Gu Fei thought blankly. Chapter 121. The leveling went smoothly. Gu Fei's aggro, the girl's Skyfall Fire Will, Gu Fei's final attack, and Luoluo's winking at him out of nowhere, everything went smoothly. Gu Fei couldn't take it anymore. One day, when he was taking a break to eat some fruits, he called Ice Glaze over. He sent an apple that Ice Glaze liked over and asked, "What's wrong with Luoluo?" "Did you see it?" "I saw it." Ice Glaze pursed her lips and laughed. "What's wrong with her?" Gu Fei asked. "You're so slow." Even Ice Glaze dared to make fun of Gu Fei. Sister Luoluo is love-struck. Love-struck? How is that possible? Gu Fei understood love-struck, but he didn't understand why Luoluo would suddenly become love-struck at this time. It wasn't the first day they met. If it was said that she suddenly became aroused after confirming his identity as a melee mage and 27149, that would be too shallow and too fantastical. Moreover, with Luoluo's calm personality, how could she have such an immature hobby? This was the second point that Gu Fei didn't understand. This kind of thing. Ice Glaze shook her head and said, "Maybe it's just a sudden feeling." "Too cunning," Gu Fei said as he looked at Luoluo. Luoluo saw it and immediately winked at him. This winking didn't look like she was winking, nor did it have any intention of seducing him. This was flirting. This word suddenly popped up in Gu Fei's mind and he broke down on the spot. He was actually being flirted with by a girl. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Qianli, have you finished eating the apple?" Luoluo shouted. Her tone sounded like she was drinking. Blatant teasing. The girls giggled while enjoying Gu Fei's embarrassment. Gu Fei ran away without a word. luring the monsters from afar. He didn't resist. How boring. Is that so? I think it's more interesting if they don't resist. Regarding the attitude after being flirted with, the girls also had different appreciative angles. Leveling continued like this. Under such an unconventional offensive, Gu Fei didn't make any mistakes while luring monsters. His spirit could be said to be strong. Gu Fei calmly lured the monsters, calmly ate the fruits, and calmly allowed Luo Luo to tease him. He thought that if he didn't find it strange, then he would be defeated by it. However, this kind of strategy was clearly outdated. The young people of the new era had an unimaginable persistence and perseverance when it came to the things they were interested in. The girls wouldn't be hit by the monsters from where they stood, and with Gu Fei's agility, he wouldn't be hit by the monsters either. As a result, Luo Luo, the cleric, was completely fine. That resurrection spell was cast on Gu Fei's body over and over again. Gu Fei felt like he was about to be stripped naked by the regeneration spell. Gu Fei persisted, and Luo Luo continued until the leveling was over. The girls' gaming time was quite to Gu Fei's liking. When he looked at the time and felt that it was about time to go offline, the girls unanimously suggested that they should rest. Everyone gathered and left the leveling area. Everyone was extremely satisfied with today's harvest. What time tomorrow? Everyone asked Gu Fei. I'm just a substitute. Gu Fei said. You can come with Yutian. You have to level anyway. The girls said one after another. I'm used to leveling alone, what's the point of leveling alone? Come on, come on. A group of girls surrounded Gu Fei. We'll bring fruits for you. You just have to come by yourself. You like bananas, right? We'll bring you more bananas tomorrow, one of the girls said. I'm not a pet. Do you think I'll be satisfied with a few bananas? Gu Fei laughed. Other than bananas, there are only apples, peaches, and pears. Which one do you want? The girls asked. Gu Fei patiently explained, Look, I've been in the guild since the first day Amethyst was established. When did I ever level with everyone? The veteran girls didn't say anything, but the four new girls continued to ask curiously, why? Because I'm used to leveling alone, what's the point of leveling alone? The question returned. Swordsman Qianli, don't be so stingy. Take the girls with you. Luo Luo said. Gu Fei didn't say a word. Actually, the reason why Gu Fei always leveled alone wasn't because he minded leveling with others. It was because no one had asked him to level with them. Back then, he had also wanted to train with Fireball, but Fireball had very stubbornly refused. After that, the 6 members of Child Elite Group never had the habit of leveling together. As for Amethyst, they had never shown such enthusiasm towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was alone, and he always went to the high-level leveling area. Naturally, he didn't get to know anyone when he was leveling. Due to various reasons, Gu Fei had always been leveling alone. It wasn't like what the sword demon had said. He didn't need to be an expert to gain experience. Normally, Gu Fei wouldn't have rejected such enthusiastic expectations from the girls, but at this moment. Luolua's sudden transformation into a big love-struck fool really shocked Gu Fei. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Luoluo smiled. What's there to be afraid of? It's just that I'm not used to having a cleric take care of me. Gu Fei said calmly. Then get used to it. Luoluo said. See you tomorrow. Gu Fei said. See you tomorrow. Luoluo said. After returning to Cloud City, everyone went their separate ways. Some went to the safe zone to log off, while others went to deal with personal matters. Leveling up didn't mean everyone had to log off. During the peak hours between dinner and bedtime, various guilds and mercenary groups would organize some group activities. The goal was to take care of the normal humans. The real large-scale, long-lasting activities would only start in the dead of night when normal humans were resting. When Gu Fei passed by Little Ray's bar, he saw the Han family young master come out with bright eyes. "Hey!" Gu Fei greeted him. "Let's get to work." The Han family young master said to Gu Fei while burping, then headed towards the city gate. This was one of the characteristics of humans who didn't have a normal sleep schedule. When others were resting, they would be full of energy and set off. Gu Fei went to the safe zone and logged off. The next day, there was more free time, so Gu Fei logged on quite early. There was still a long way to go before the golden hour of the evening. Gu Fei carried the night streamer and wandered around the streets, hoping to meet a few robbers. In the end, he failed. Most players were law-abiding people. When they saw a high-quality equipment, they would only fantasize about it. They wouldn't really do anything out of line. As for the real criminals, they were now on the path of rationality. Although Gu Fei's night streamer was obviously a high-quality item, no one could see its stats when appraising it, so they wouldn't act rashly. High-quality equipment referred to having stats that were significantly better than normal equipment. However, if the stats were trash, then the equipment would only be a shining piece of high-quality trash. The people who stole equipment either did it for their own use or to sell it for money. They definitely didn't do it to collect it. Therefore, no one would spend time and energy on an item that they couldn't see its stats. It must be known that hunting down a person to get specific equipment was a very difficult task. After walking around for a while without any results, Gu Fei unknowingly arrived at Little Ray's bar. He went in and greeted Little Ray. Little Ray pointed at the private room they usually sat in. This gesture meant, "Your people are here." Gu Fei went in and saw Yutian Shinming crawling on the lattice. "What's up? Did you bring your homework into the game again?" Gu Fei said. Yutian Shinming looked up and continued with his head down. "I'm writing a secret manual." Yutian Shinming's legendary mage secret manual proved that he had only done it on a whim. That day, he brought Gu Fei to buy a stack of small books and a few pens, giving the illusion that he was going to do something big. After that, Gu Fei asked several times, and Yutian Shinming would postpone today until tomorrow, and tomorrow until the day after. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and when Gu Fei asked again, Yutian Shinming would just pretend to be at a loss. Gu Fei had already given up hope. He didn't expect him to return to his old job today. He didn't know what medicine he had taken. Gu Fei picked up a book, casually flipped through it, and threw it down. He asked, "How's the wanted mission?" Yutian Shinming's expression was gloomy. "I killed 3, and the 4th was interrupted." "What happened?" Gu Fei asked. "There were too many people, so I didn't dare make a move." Yutian Shinming was an expert, and his judgment was an important quality for an expert. Sometimes, looking at the situation and knowing that there was no chance of winning, he naturally wouldn't make a move. "What would you do if you encountered such a situation?" Yutian Shinming asked Gu Fei. He believed that Gu Fei must have encountered them during the course of the mission, and it should be a common occurrence. After all, players spent most of their time in the game leveling with their companions. "Walk over and kill them," Gu Fei said. "Nonsense. That's you." Yutian Shinming felt that he shouldn't have asked this question. Gu Fei's situation was too different from theirs. Not only did he have the ability to kill in an instant, but he was also a super combat expert. He could use some methods that Yutian Shinming and the others couldn't do. "If I do it like this, I won't be able to complete it 100 times in a row," Yutian Shinming said in pain. "Do you want me to help you?" Gu Fei said. "How?" Yutian Shinming's eyes widened. "I'll go with you. I'll drain some of his health, and then you can shoot an arrow from afar, and it'll be over," Gu Fei said. This. Yutian Shinming was shocked. This method wasn't impossible, but it would take up a lot of Gu Fei's time. The ultimate goal was to help Yutian Shinming get the reward, and Gu Fei himself wouldn't get any benefits. This kind of big favor, even blood brothers might not be willing to help, right? What's wrong? Gu Fei looked at him in confusion. Brother, you're my blood brother. Yu Tianxinming was moved to tears. Brat, you don't know your place. Call me uncle. Gu Fei scolded. If you help me brush my shoes, I'll even call you grandpa. Yu Tianxinming pounced on Gu Fei. Let's go, let's go. Chapter 122. Walking out of Little Ray's bar with Yu Tianxinming, Gu Fei waved his hand. Go get the quest. Call me if you can't handle it. Yu Tianxinming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was already laughing wildly at Gu Fei's willingness to help him. How could he ask for full support? What he wanted was to ask Gu Fei to help him if he encountered a target he couldn't handle. The two went their separate ways. Yu Tianxinming went to get the PK quest, and Gu Fei went to the leveling area first. With Gu Fei's 1 month's experience with wanted missions, the trouble Yu Tianxinming encountered was usually in the leveling area. Who would have nothing better to do and call for a group of brothers? At most, it would be a man and a woman, a pair of lovers. Gu Fei had encountered this kind of situation many times. When he saw someone with a hateful face, he would go up and kill them without hesitation. When he saw someone with a kind face, he would first step aside to talk and invite them to a corner. Brother, I won't let you embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriend. Later, you can say that you were plotted against. After saying that, he would then kill the other party. There were also those who found out that the woman was the target, which was more troublesome. Because most male players were hot-blooded, no matter if Gu Fei's first attack didn't succeed, they would rush up to take the lead. Gu Fei would usually explain to people, wanted mission, wake up. Then he would kill the target. The men depended on the situation. Gu Fei, who was aware of this, chose to retreat after parrying for a while. Those with low awareness and who kept cursing and pestering him would be killed. His wife was in jail, and he lost a level. He had suffered a double loss. What was even more regrettable was that these men who were buried with him took the initiative to attack Gu Fei first. After they were killed by Gu Fei couldn't even get a PK point. Speaking of which, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of PK points. He was doing a wanted mission. Why would he be afraid of PK points? Over the past month, there had even been those who had been repeatedly killed by Gu Fei. The most exaggerated was a handsome young man, who had been consecutively killed by Gu Fei 3 times. Later, the two of them met for the 4th time in a tavern. The handsome young man cried, "Big brother, I'll treat you to a drink. Please let me go." Gu Fei smiled. "You know I'm doing PK quests. If you don't have any PK points, what are you afraid of? The problem is that I have." "Oh, that's fine. My mission isn't you." Then, he saw Gu Fei kill his wife. The handsome boy cried even more sadly. Gu Fei paid for his drinks and left silently. After experiencing so much PK with Luo Luo, Gu Fei finally understood the true meaning of PK. Pikers must have the awareness of being piked. After Gu Fei announced the wanted quest, the players who were aware of the situation would be calm and do their best to deal with Gu Fei. Only the useless ones who were not aware of the situation would only talk to Gu Fei and say meaningless things like, "It's none of your business." What kind of mentality and reason did these two kinds of people have when they PK others? Gu Fei wanted to do research and investigation, but later felt that this wasn't his strength, so he gave up. While he was thinking, Yu Tianxinming's message came. "Help." Yu Tianxinming was still speaking English. So fast. Gu Fei was suspicious. He hadn't even left the city. Yu Tianxinming had already found a difficult target after completing the quest so quickly. "It's not in the leveling area. It's in the tavern. There's a group of people drinking," Yu Tianxinming said as he reported the location. "Oh." Gu Fei walked in that direction. This type of tavern was indeed a big problem for Yutian Shinming. Archers were good at long-range sneak attacks and torturous kiting. However, there were many eyes in the tavern. There was no place to hide. Archers making such a big move would definitely cause a commotion. There would be no effect of a sneak attack. In this kind of fixed and crowded space, it was difficult for archers to display their skills. After a while, Gu Fei arrived at the tavern. Yutian Shinming was standing at the door, waiting. As soon as he saw Gu Fei, he hurriedly waved. He's still drinking inside. How? Yutian Shinming was extremely humble. He knew that Gu Fei was the expert in this area. Which one? Point it out to me first. Gu Fei said. The two entered the tavern. Yutian Shinming carefully pointed out the target for Gu Fei. Do you see it? That warrior, the one wearing the black hat. I see it. Gu Fei said. How? Yutian Shinming nervously asked again. Gu Fei pulled out his sword and coughed. Quite a few people looked over. Some people's faces had already changed. Wanted quest. Gu Fei used his sword and knocked on the empty table next to him. Quite a few people in the tavern became nervous. It seemed like there were quite a few people with PK points. Hey! Yutian Shinming was anxious. It should be a surprise attack. Although the method of self-destruction was very polite, it was unscientific and irrational. Gu Fei had already pointed his sword at the warrior in the black hat. The quest is yours. Come out and solve it. The others breathed a sigh of relief. The warrior in the black hat was obviously surprised. They had seen PK quests, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Don't you see the people at our table? Who is this? The warrior in the black hat thought he had met a psychopath. A person at the table came over and whispered in his ear. Take care. What do you mean? The warrior in the black hat was stunned. You rarely go to the tavern, right? The person asked. The warrior in the black hat nodded. The person sighed. You'll know if you go to the tavern. It was clear that the warrior in the black hat's companions rarely went to the tavern, so they were at a loss. Hurry up. Gu Fei urged. Qianli, do you want to kill me too? Yutian Shinming was about to cry. Gu Fei ignored him. Come out. Don't fight in the tavern. There are people who want to drink. The warrior in the black hat heard this and stood up. The brothers didn't want to be outdone and stood up together. There were 6 of them. We're doing a quest. Don't get involved if you don't have anything to do. Swords have no eyes. If he dies, he can go to jail. If you die, you'll lose a level. Gu Fei reminded them. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Gu Fei suddenly flew his foot. Bang! A silhouette appeared and fell down at the same time, knocking over a stool beside him. The table next to him swayed and fell towards him. Gu Fei reached out and held the table. If you break something, you have to pay. See if the bench is broken. Gu Fei showed his rich experience in fighting. Yutian Shinming looked at it and said, It's not broken. The thief didn't dare to get up. He peeked at Gu Fei and looked back at his brother in the black hat. The warrior in the black hat didn't dare to act rashly. Shoot him. Gu Fei ordered Yutian Shinming. Now. Yutian Shinming stared blankly. As an archer, Imperial Heaven Divine Ming felt that it was a very shameful thing to shoot at someone in such an overbearing manner. People in the back, make way. Gu Fei yelled. The crowd had already dispersed. The players who frequented the tavern had seen Gu Fei many times in this month. They also had rich experience. Shoot! Gu Fei said. Are you going to use skills? Yutian Shinming asked. Do you know how to play the game? Do I have to teach you? Gu Fei was anxious. Fuck. Yutian Shinming was also anxious. He had played the game for a few years and this was the first time he had heard this kind of scolding. How could he not know how to play? It was just that he hadn't experienced this kind of chaotic situation before. Fuck, who doesn't have a first time? Yutian Shinming angrily thought as he drew an arrow. Why didn't the archer use this kind of direct attack? Because the archer's attacks were too troublesome. With so much foreplay, those with eyes had already started to dodge. Yutian Shinming drew his bow in front of them. How could they not dodge? At this moment, they all shrunk their heads and hid under the table. Who told you to dawdle? Gu Fei scolded Yutian Shinming. Yutian Shinming felt wronged. No matter how fast he drew his bow, the other side had enough time to hide under the table. Can you blame me? Who's the one who doesn't know how to play? Gu Fei quickly stepped forward and swung his sword. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Before anyone could react, the small wooden table had already been split in half by Gu Fei. Shoot! Gu Fei yelled as he dodged to the side. Xiao! Yutian Shinming, who was already prepared, shot an arrow. It was his strongest attack skill, snipe. At this distance, there was no possibility of dodging the snipe. Yutian Shinming's damage wasn't just for show. Although this arrow didn't instantly kill the player, the damage caused was enough to make the player panic. Without needing Gu Fei's reminder, the second arrow had already arrived. Yutian Shinming was indeed an expert. He knew what was the most important thing for an archer in this game. The speed at which he drew his bow and knocked his arrow was incomparably fast. The two arrows that were ready to release the skill, double arrow, were also placed neatly. It was obvious that he had practiced countless times. Whoosh whoosh. Two arrows flew out one after the other. The player who was squatting under the table just now stood up and was hit by two more arrows. Not dead yet. Your health is quite high. Yutian Shinming also began to show off and quickly reloaded another arrow. However, at this time, the 6 players who were squatting on the ground were no longer willing to be left out. They suddenly stood up and threw themselves at Gu Fei, who was closest to them. Don't worry about me. Find a chance to shoot him, Gu Fei yelled. While easily dodging the attacks from the 6 players, he slashed at the opponent's cleric with his sword. The cleric was chanting a healing spell when it was interrupted by Gu Fei at the right time. Yutian Shinming had already shot his third arrow. The archer's level 36 skill, homing arrow. Although this skill's attack wasn't strong, its tracking ability was terrifying. Once it locked onto the target, it wouldn't leave. It wasn't like the mage's fireball, which could only track for a short period of time. The arrow's tip glowed with a faint white light. It whizzed through the chaos and finally pierced the head of the player with the black hat. The cleric's healing spell was continuously interrupted by Gu Fei. The player with the black hat's health was never replenished. Now that he was hit by this arrow, he finally fell. Retreat! Gu Fei yelled at Yutian Shinming. He himself also came out from the gap left by the black hat. He took out a gold coin and threw it at the counter. Table money! Gu Fei yelled as he escaped from the tavern. Chapter 123. The tavern had 2 doors, one on the left and one on the right. When Gu Fei rushed out from the right, he did not see Yutian Shinming rushing out from the left. Gu Fei quickly returned to the tavern, but he still did not see Yutian Shinming. Where is he? Gu Fei was nervous. Could it be that this guy was entangled by the enemy and died heroically? I have the emblem, it was teleported, Yutian Shinming replied. As expected of an expert, he had awareness. Gu Fei was impressed. When he first received the emblem, he often forgot to use it every few days and continued to foolishly run back to the quest office. Looking at this Yutian Shinming, he only borrowed it a few times and already had deep-rooted thoughts about it. After thinking about it, he looked up and saw the brothers in black hats. They were standing there in a daze, looking at Gu Fei dumbfoundedly. Wanted quest. Gu Fei explained patiently, it's for the kid who escaped. If you want revenge, I can help you contact him. If it was in reality, Gu Fei could use his phone to increase the sense of reality. However, it was boring in the game. After all, even if he was ready to send a message, others would not be able to tell. Therefore, the guys on the other side did not take Gu Fei's words seriously. When they saw Gu Fei run and come back, the first word that came to their minds was, walking into a trap. They gritted their teeth and glared at him with murderous intent. This included the thief who was kicked to the ground by Gu Fei. Gu Fei was overjoyed. This was the effect he wanted. He loved the chain reaction after a wanted quest. Otherwise, where would he get so much fun from PK? Ah! Gu Fei still gave them a friendly reminder out of habit. You want to take revenge on me? You'll drop a level if you die. The group took 3 steps forward. You'll really drop a level. Gu Fei reminded them as he slid forward a few steps. Drop your level. Someone from the opposing camp roared and pounced forward while brandishing his weapon. Gu Fei was overjoyed. He raised his sword to meet the attack, but a strong gust of wind came from the side. Galloping meteor. After Gu Fei opened his mouth to shout, that fellow's Grandmaster of Combat's combo had already turned the raging number 1 person into nothingness. That wasn't the end of it. Another sorcerer, with long hair fluttering in the wind, looked valiant and heroic. The staff in his hand flashed with a dazzling red light. He pointed at the feet of the remaining 5 people and said, 1,000-layer flames of the flaming tree, rise. Gu Fei had never seen such a bold mage using an area of effect spell in a tavern. The 1,000 layers flames of the flaming tree ignited rapidly, the range was beyond Gu Fei's imagination, it was obvious that his proficiency was also very high. For a moment, the players in the tavern screamed and dodged, and the few PvP opponents that Gu Fei coveted at the core of the flames disappeared just like that. Ah! Gu Fei moaned in pain, his left hand that wasn't holding the sword hung in the air, as if he was trying to grab onto something that was supposed to belong to him. The flames reflected on the faces of the people in the room, causing them to blush. Gu Fei, who was experienced in fighting, looked at the tables and chairs that were set ablaze in the flames, and calculated in his heart, how much money would this cost? The flames gradually burned down, and as the spell's duration was up, it finally returned to the surface. However, within these few seconds, a few tables and chairs had already been set ablaze, and the flames were still burning. The surrounding players quickly came forward to put out the fire, and without thinking, they all poured out the alcohol in their cups. Fortunately, the cheapest alcohol that the players usually drank wasn't strong, and couldn't achieve the effect of alcohol, or else the tavern would be even livelier. In a flurry, the fire was really extinguished. The instigator of the fire, the mage, went to talk to the tavern owner NPC, probably to discuss the matter of compensation. Despite the chaos caused by him, none of the players in the tavern complained. What a bold mage! Who would dare to complain? He raised his hand and burned 5 people to death without hesitation. He probably wouldn't mind lighting another, flaming tree 1,000 layers flames, to burn the talkative guy to death. The Grandmaster of Combat who made the first move was looking at Gu Fei with a smile. Laughing my ass off. Stealing my business. Gu Fei's heart was in pain, but what made him even more miserable was that he couldn't vent his anger. Because these two seemed to be roaring at the sight of injustice, and Gu Fei couldn't help but see these two as new opponents. Good skills. Thanks. Not only could he not vent, but he also had to thank them. Life, you really make me feel helpless, Gu Fei sighed in his heart. The Grandmaster of Combat smiled, brother, you're not bad yourself. Gu Fei forced a smile. Do you mind having a drink together? The person said. Gu Fei was stunned. He helped him get rid of his opponent, and now he wanted to buy him a drink. It seemed like this person had ulterior motives. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, the person didn't press him. He waved to his side, and it turned out he had a partner, and the two quickly cleaned up the tables and chairs that were knocked over in the chaos. Burning only took a few seconds, and the burned tables and chairs didn't affect their use. The two sat down after cleaning up, and the two empty seats, one for their mage companion, and the other for Gu Fei. Gu Fei saw Xiao Xiao, and didn't say anything, and walked over to sit down. Love written on my left hand. The Grand Master of Combat introduced himself. Gu Fei had a habit of commenting on other people's online names, and upon hearing this name, he immediately smiled. What's written on my right hand? Handsome written on my right hand. The archer beside him answered, and pointed to himself. But we didn't know each other, Love Left Hand said with a smile. I didn't think we would have such similar names. After saying that, the two looked at each other, and the corners of their lips curled up in an ambiguous smile, and it made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. These two fellows couldn't be the legendary Brokeback, right? Next, the mage finished his negotiation, and sat down. He's drifting, Love Left Hand introduced to Gu Fei. That name was so familiar. As Gu Fei thought about it, he realized he wasn't the only one who found the name familiar. As soon as the name was mentioned, there was a wave of whispers. Gu Fei vaguely heard 4 words, number 1 mage, and he immediately realized. Drifting, this was the number 1 mage in the parallel world. He was also at the top of the overall leaderboard. Currently, in the parallel world, there were only 5 people who reached level 41 after reaching level 40, and Drifting was one of them. However, he hadn't heard that this famous character was a player from Cloud City. The other 2 seemed to be quite familiar with him. Could it be that they were foreigners? How come the main cities were communicating with each other now? Gu Fei remembered that the game officials hadn't announced the opening of the teleportation circle yet. Brother, what's your name? After the 3 introduced themselves, they naturally asked Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled, Qianli One Drunk. You're Qianli One Drunk. The heroic Drifting's expression couldn't help but change. Gu Fei smiled helplessly, that's me. Drifting's reaction was within Gu Fei's expectation. Since the beginning of the game, Drifting had firmly held the number 1 mage ranking. However, during this period of time, a drunk Qianli suddenly appeared and rode on his head. After a few days, he surpassed Qianli again, but it was still a thorn in Drifting's heart. Since then, he often paid attention to the name Qianli One Drunk on the mage ranking. In the end, this guy's rank sank until he disappeared at the end of the ranking. If he didn't enter his ID, he wouldn't be able to find out. Drifting was curious. He even had the urge to ask this 1,000 miles drunk friend what was going on. However, when he tried, he found that Qianli had turned off his friend's switch. This was normal. As a master on the ranking list, Drifting knew this kind of trouble. He just needed to add a friend in the game to find out their name. As a result, high-ranking players like them enjoyed the admiration of the crowd, but on the other hand, they were harassed by countless people who had joined in. Some shouted, "Brother, take me," some shouted, "Brother, teach me," and some shouted, "Give me some money and I'll video chat with you." In this situation, if the friend's switch wasn't turned off, he wouldn't be able to live. This time, he had come to Cloud City for another matter, but he hadn't expected to meet this 1,000 miles drunk, who he had been thinking about for a long time. The ranking list didn't show the origin of the players. Drifting rolled his eyes and suddenly blurted out, "I didn't expect to meet 2 famous people so soon after I came to Cloud City." Ah. What? Gu Fei was confused. When did he become famous? Drifting turned to Love Left Hand and Handsome Right Hand. We've met Little Ray from Little Ray's bar. As for Qianli, you're probably the other legendary mage, Mage 27149, right? Everyone was in an uproar. Compared to the number 1 mage, Mage 27149 was obviously more famous. Especially in a place like Cloud City. But Gu Fei answered reflexively, no. No. Drifting was confused. If I were 27149, would I still need your help just now? Gu Fei said, fully displaying his inner resentment towards this matter. If we knew you were 27149, we wouldn't have helped you, said Drifting. Although I'm not 27149, I don't need your help. But... Gu Fei paused and said, thank you. The three of them were startled and hurriedly thanked him. Just like that, you've accumulated 5 PK points. That friend of mine is currently doing wanted quests. Be careful that he doesn't take you. Gu Fei said. Drifting was stunned. Shouldn't your friend be searching in the main city for the wanted mission? Oh. Gu Fei understood. Although Drifting had PK points, he wasn't a player from Cloud City, so he definitely wouldn't be picked up by people doing wanted quests in Cloud City. It was truly a sin to accept a quest from the main city of his birth. Drifting was confused. What? Is it that popular in Cloud City to do wanted missions? Chapter 124. Of course, the answer to this question was no. Not only in Cloud City, but also in the parallel world, it was not popular to do wanted quests. At least in Cloud City, Gu Fei had never seen a second person who was passionate about it. After Gu Fei's negative answer, Drifting was confused. Then why do you do these quests every day? How do you know? Gu Fei was dazed. Drifting looked around the tavern. I heard about it, oh. Gu Fei was relieved. Players from the parallel world appeared most often in 3 places. The first was the leveling area, the second was the trading street, and the third was the tavern. Gu Fei did this quest every day, going in and out of the tavern and killing quite a few people. There were always some regulars in the tavern, such as the Han family young master. The reputation of Gu Fei as a wanted quest maniac was also spread by these people. Drifting continued, I had hoped to meet the famous 27149, but I didn't know that he had disappeared for a long time until I came to Cloud City. Then, I heard that there was another player who was passionate about wanted quests in the tavern, so I was very curious. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Hee hee. Gu Fei chuckled drily. He did want to do wanted quests every day. He was a little famous, but not as admired as 27149. Most people were confused, and even mocked him. Even though some of them admired and feared Gu Fei's PK skills, they couldn't help but wonder, is there something wrong with this guy who does wanted quests every day? Brother Qianli, why are you so passionate about wanted quests? Drifting raised the question. Hobby? It was inevitable that people would misinterpret it, and most people probably wouldn't believe it. Gu Fei simply took off his boots and put them on the table from the perspective of a player. Look, this is the reward of the wanted quest. The players in the tavern all used identification on the wind-chasing boots. A moment later, they all swallowed. The eyeballs of the archer, right-hand commander, who was the closest to them, almost fell out of their sockets. Complete 100 bounty quests in a row, and you'll get this pair of Windchaser boots, Gu Fei said as he put the boots back on. Drifting slightly frowned. This pair of boots was indeed a rare pair of top-quality shoes, but the price to pay for completing the wanted mission 100 times in a row was too high. Moreover, the word, continuous, was easy for the system to explain, but it was not easy to accomplish. The right time, right place, and right people could not be left out. Drifting finally understood why Gu Fei's EXP ranking kept dropping. In his opinion, this was like picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons away. If Gu Fei was an archer, Drifting could understand. However, he was a mage. With this pair of exquisite shoes, he would be much stronger, but he didn't think it was worth it to sacrifice so much time and EXP. Compared to that, Drifting would rather spend money to buy it. Because the game developers had specifically promised that there would be no items in the parallel world that were bound to be picked up and could not be traded. This pair of boots was no exception. Thinking about this, Drifting asked, "Are you going to sell these shoes?" Sell? I never thought about it. When Gu Fei heard the word, sell, he was even stunned. He had never thought about doing business in the game. The random items that he had gotten from leveling up had piled up in his warehouse. He had never taken the time to sell them, but he had the experience of consigning a few items to the auction house. However, if you wanted to do a good job in selling items, you had to spend time to understand the market. Gu Fei had never studied the market before. He just looked at the prices of similar items, so he put his own on the list. Perhaps the reference items were all black-hearted merchants' goods, but none of the items that Gu Fei consigned were sold. After a few days, he had spent a lot of gold coins in the consignment fees. The consignment fees were collected by the system, and it was directly deducted from the player's pocket every day without any leeway. Gu Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. From then on, he gave up on the idea of auctioning them. Now that Drifting suddenly wanted to talk to Gu Fei was at a loss. "Why don't you just stab me? Why do you want to talk about business?" Seeing that Gu Fei had no intention of selling, Drifting began to think of other ideas. He fumbled in his pocket and took out a staff. "Qianli, look at this." Placing the staff on the table, Gu Fei cast identification on it. "Not bad." Gu Fei praised. It was a U staff with gold characters. Magic coefficient requirement, 110. Spell enhancement, 35%, spell damage plus 15%, intelligence plus 10, spirit plus 10. The U staff was a level 40 staff, and it was the most high-end staff that a mage could have. The concept of coefficient had appeared from this batch of high-end equipment. Moreover, this purple fur staff actually had a 35% magic strengthening effect. Spell enhancement, for example, if an ordinary staff spell damage was 80 to 100, then if it had 35% spell enhancement, its spell damage would be 108 to 135. Similarly, other equipment would often have attributes like sword skill enhancement, archery enhancement, and defense enhancement. To put it simply, Drifting's U-Tree staff had 35% higher magic attack than ordinary U-Tree staffs. In addition, it also increased spell damage by 15% and added 10 points of intelligence and spirit. It was a top-notch staff with high output. "How about you trade it for your wind-chasing boots?" Drifting asked. Gu Fei's night lightsaber drifted in the air, but he failed to appraise it even after using appraisal on it several times. Since it was in the hands of a mage, could it be a magic sword? Ordinary players didn't know about magic swords, but Drifting had seen one in the hands of an NPC during a mission. Magic swords had dual attributes. They had both magic attack power and physical attack power. It sounded awesome, but in fact, a piece of equipment with two attributes wouldn't have high values. The magic sword that Drifting had seen didn't have the same physical attack as a one-handed sword, and its spell damage wasn't as good as a staff. Apart from its cool appearance, Drifting didn't think that there was any meaning in the existence of magic swords. Gu Fei's looked more prominent, but if it was a magic sword, it wouldn't be able to escape this setting. That was why Drifting took out the gold U staff to trade with Gu Fei. Players always valued weapons the most. From Drifting's perspective, he felt that this staff was more important to Gu Fei than the pair of shoes. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't reject it. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't him. After hearing Drifting's suggestion, he was slightly startled and quickly replied, "No need." The U staff was indeed very tempting, but unfortunately, it had encountered the Night Streamer and Gu Fei. From a weapon point of view, the Night Streak sword fit all of Drifting's speculations. Unfortunately, the Night Streak sword was a tier 70 weapon. Even though it was weaker than other weapons of the same tier, the purple staff, which had just reached the threshold of tier 40, was nothing in front of it. From Gu Fei's perspective, he loved swords more than staffs, so he wouldn't trade a sword for a staff. That's right. In Gu Fei's eyes, it wasn't a staff, but a staff. Moreover, it had almost no physical damage. Trash. That was Gu Fei's thought, and it was enough to break Drifting's heart. However, it seemed that Drifting was prepared for Gu Fei's rejection. He wasn't too surprised. After saying, "It's a pity," he put away the yew staff. They chatted casually for a while, and the right-handed archer asked Gu Fei in detail about the wanted mission. Obviously, as an archer, he and Yutian Shenming were very interested in the wind-chasing boots. At this time, Gu Fei received a message. He thought that Yutian Shenming had come to help him again, but when he opened it, he saw that it was Luo Luo. "Master, come and level up." "So early?" Gu Fei was surprised. It was 1 hour earlier than yesterday. The little girls can't wait to admire the hero's heroic bearing. Luo Luo said. "Coming," replied Gu Fei. He stood up and said goodbye to Drifting and the other two. "Level up?" Drifting raised his eyebrows. "Let's go together." "Ah. I have a team," said Gu Fei. "It's fine even if we three join, right?" asked Drifting. So, Gu Fei sent a message to Luo Luo. "Is he handsome?" asked Luo Luo. Not bad." Gu Fei glanced at Drifting. "Clothes make the man." Drifting's outfit was very handsome, especially the staff in his hand. It was like a burning flame, looking very cool. "There are two more," Gu Fei introduced. Left hand writing love and right hand writing handsome were whispering to each other. After a chill, he couldn't help but gossip, "He looks like a brokeback." "Ah. Really?" asked Luo Luo. "I think so," said Gu Fei. "Come on, tell them to come immediately." Luo Luo's message was full of determination. Gu Fei was confused, then he called the other three to go. On the way, Drifting and Gu Fei walked side by side. As sorcerers, it was inevitable for them to exchange some of their experiences. For example, Drifting asked, "When you were fighting with those people in the tavern, you seemed to have added agility, right?" Gu Fei nodded. "Yes, Quan Min, what?" Drifting thought he heard wrong. Quan Min, Drifting spat out a mouthful of blood. After a while, he said, "It seems that you are a die-hard fan of kiting." Apart from that, Drifting couldn't think of what it meant for a sorcerer to add Quan Min. Gu Fei said, "I don't know how to play. I added it randomly." Drifting spat out another mouthful of blood. Like a reborn amethyst girl comforting Gu Fei, he said, "You'll be fine when you reach level 40. You can reset and add again." Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.